That's me in the corner talking about religion. Well, kind of religion. It's magic, really, more than religion. But of course, in the world of ice and fire, those two things often do go together. Hello, friends. Hello. Welcome to the Magical Orders presentation. Probably won't go as long as most of my icebergs, but it is an iceberg-style presentation. We're coming hard with the visual aids today, and as you can see, we will be guided by our good friend, the Three-Eyed Crow, Lord Brynden Rivers, Hand of the King, Lord Bloodraven, who knows all and hears all and sees all. Folks, look, I could dress up as Bloodraven or Rhaegar if I wanted to. Instead, I've just worn my Heart of R'hllor shirt, and I've got my got some dragon magic and some fire magic here, courtesy of Maester Bezeled. Steven, thank you. Folks, how do you think I know all this smart stuff? I'm just a mouthpiece of Bloodraven. That's what this channel is all about. All of my great ideas. I wish I could tell you that I was this smart, but I'm not. I'm just, really just, Bloodraven's whispering, and I'm just dressing it up with flowery YouTube language. That's what's going on here. My manager is Maynard James Plum. Y'all didn't even catch on to that. So, I don't know what to tell you. But yes, that's what's going on. So we've got the intel from Bloodraven, and folks, you guys have wanted me to make a chart forever. I do ask people, make a table of all the symbolism, make a chart. So good news, I've made a chart. It's going to show on 4 different axes, magical orders or magic powers. The orders, the powers, the talismans, and the users. They'll all be charted out. It's going to make perfect sense. So you math majors, get ready. Feast your eyes on this. There it is. So I'm just going to let you look at this for about 5 minutes, and then I'm going to log off, and that's the presentation. So you can see clearly what's going on here. All right, now this actually, it does make sense. It does. We just have to pull all this apart here. Let's back up. Yes, they're on layers. That's right. It's not just gibberish. So, as I said, across the and we're not gonna. This is not. I have images for most of this. This is just a visual aid. We've got image. We're not gonna look at this for 4 hours. Don't worry. But this will help make a couple of points at the beginning, which is that magic is interconnected. All right. So on the left side, you can see the various orders. Order of the Green Men, the Night's Watch. Let me just adjust my screen a tiny bit here. Hang on a second. There we go. All right, so yeah, Order of the Green Men, Night's Watch, Green Seers, R'hllorists, your Warlocks, etc. Your R'hllorists, your Rhoynish Water Wizards, if you will. Across the top, we've got different kinds of magic: blood magic, fire magic, water magic, astral projection, light magic, shadow magic, song magic, etc., etc. And across the bottom, we've got artifacts, talismans, things. So horns, runes, swords, armor, jewels, dragon glass, meteorites, thrones, bones, skin, the magic of friendship. Sorry, Daniel, I forgot that one. And before I roll any further into this presentation, I will say 2 things. One, thank you. You guys have been driving the channel, watching all the videos and streams. The numbers are going up. That fuels me with motivation to make crazy Ironborn videos. So thank you for subscribing. Thanks for tuning in. In particular, you guys that come to the live streams on Sundays are really helping the live streams right now. Are driving the channel, are really coming up. YouTube is treating them a little better. So yeah, thank you. Side note, I can't say the F word anymore. Apparently YouTube changed their restrictions, and they said that they loosened up their standards, but they loosened up their standards on most curse words, and then they regulated the F word differently. So I've had several streams recently demonetized for my occasional use of the F word, which shall henceforth cease, apparently. And then the other thing is that, guys, I do have to move My landlords are terrible, and for the last 2 years, they have been constantly agitating me. I'm not going to give you any sob stories, but I have to move sort of unexpectedly. So this is a little bit of a fundraiser if you want to help. The PayPal link is the best way to do it. You can also do the super chat thing, but if you do the PayPal, I get a higher percentage of it, and you could still ask me a question. I've got my email open. I got several PayPals already. Hopefully you can ask a question about the magical orders today. That would be good. But yeah, if you watch this afterwards or watching it live, you want to help me move, that'd be cool. And the idea is the easier I can move, the less downtime I'll have, keep making videos and all that stuff. So with that said, yeah, landlords suck. Blah, blah, blah. It is a pretty good landlord story involving a whole load of laundry being lost, but that's okay. Thank you, Matthew, for the PayPal. Thank you, Brett. Question about House Dondarrion. Is that a sign of someone controlling nature with the lightning? I don't think so. It's mostly a mythical story. But that is a good parallel to bring up in light of the Grey King and stuff. No, I don't think that's magic. I think that's mostly a legend. Brett, let's see. Can you speak about House Crab collecting talking heads and using them for counsel? That's a good one. I didn't have that on here. What is that? House Crab collecting talking heads. Well, so it's all, that seems like Weirwood metaphor. Because there is a Weirwood tree down there. There's caves below. What's the whispering, quote unquote, is the waves coming in and out of the caves. So if, you know, of course, but whispering is also symbolism of, and thank you, Paul, for the super chat there. Whispering is also the language of the Green Seers when they talk through the Weirwoods, right? Theon hears the leaves rustling when Bran is trying to talk to him, and Asha says, or Osha the wildling says that's the voice of the old gods, etc. So I think all that is just code for Weirwood magic. There is some interesting things, though, with all the squishers and the Ursula Upcliff stuff and the crab. Like, there's a lot of aquatic symbolism overlapping with Green Seer symbolism there on the end of a peninsula. Gosh, that sounds like what's happening on the Iron Islands, which used to be a peninsula instead of a archipelago. So these are things we will do. So after my next Ironborn video, or after my 2 videos from now, when I talk about Naga's ribs being Weirwood, we're going to follow up with a crazy Grey King symbolism live stream where we talk about all these parallels that are too crazy for the produced video. So we'll get into that. You guys both 2 in a row gave me Grey King parallels there. So thank you. That was wicked. You guys, I love you guys. And Brett strikes again. I heard you speak possibly that humans were created long ago by the elder magical races. Possibly. It got me thinking, what need would magical creatures have for non-magical humans? Slave labor or sacrifices? Yep. Or it could just, you know, they wanted to create. Some of them were just creative, and so they wanted to create new beings, and humans were one of those. There's a lot of reasons. To me, what ended the Great Empire of the Dawn was a civil war, Bloodstone Emperor supporters versus Amethyst Emperor supporters. I mean, that's kind of implied. Could a human slave revolt have been the root catalyst for the blood? I mean, maybe. He did enslave his people. So when you talk about Azor Ahai fighting for the forces of light and sort of overthrowing all that, it kind of tracks. Yeah, and of course there's the Dany parallel. But we're just speculating, so it's hard to say. River Mist. Thank you. And yeah, by the way, if you like ADHD content, follow me on Instagram at David Lightbringer. I do a fair amount of that there. Thank you. Also, Lachlan. All right, cool. So the chart. Let me show you the chart. So for example, let's do this. Let us put up Ice Magic. So Ice Magic, I've just simply drawn all the connections. So it's connected to the Night's Watch because the Night's King seems to have practiced ice magic, and he's a member of the Night's Watch. Also, Bran the Builder built the wall, may or may not be associated with the Watch, certainly adjacent to. The Green Seers potentially are practicing ice magic. They control nature magic. And there's a lot, obviously the others come from the, from the Green Men. So there's a couple ways in which that works. House Stark, again, that's Bran the Builder, but also Edric Snowbeard and Jon Ice Eyes. There's a few other clues that the Starks can wield ice magic, and they may be the blood of the other. So look at the talismans. We have ice magic swords, ice magic armor, ice thrones. I think I'm speculating there. What was I thinking of? Ice thrones. Like frozen weirwood trees, maybe. Let's see. And some of these lines are slightly speculative because I'm connecting every possible thing. So whatever. Bones. Obviously, the others have bones. And the bones are described as looking like milk glass. So those might be significant. Euron Crow's Eye, potentially someone who will be using ice magic. Cold Hands, obviously animated by ice magic. Jon Snow, very likely to be stolen by the others and partially reanimated by ice magic, aka armored in ice like his dream. And then, of course, we saw 6 White Walkers in the beginning. Those are also magic users, and they're using ice magic. So, now let's look at Melisandre. Whoa, Melisandre lighting up the board, right? She's doing necromancy. She's doing sex magic. She's doing song magic. She sings in the language of Asshai when she's doing her ritual on Dragonstone. She is using shadow binding magic. She's light weaving with glamours. She's using astral projection when she looks into the fire and gets on the psychic superhighway and makes contact with people like Bloodraven. And I'm also, astral projection on that board is a little bit of a lump term. I should have put telekinesis, separately, but it's all like psychic abilities, really, is what that is. Earth magic, because she's using the stone to do her illusions, and stones, technically, I'm thinking of those as, earth magic. The Iron Islands Peninsula could have been shaped like a pike, a pole arm. It's possible. It might be an idea. Melisandre's using fire magic, blood magic. She's a R'hllor. She's a Shadowbinder. She's essentially a blood mage. A blood mage is an undefined term, but she's specifically like drawing blood, like all things are blood magic kind of, but she's actually like drawing people's blood with the leeches and using them for magic. So I count that blood mage artistry. She's associated with magic horns. She burned one, quote unquote, at the wall, but we don't think she, really burned. Magic swords, obviously, she lights Stannis' sword on fire. She uses the jewel. She's interested in the dragon glass as far as using it to fight the others, and it comes from Dragonstone. She talks about it, so she'll be using that. Interesting to see her try to do a glass candle. She uses wildfire to light Stannis' sword on Dragonstone, and of course, she talks about using bones for glamours. Given that the thrones are magical in ice and fire, do you think it's the thrones themselves that bestow magic into those who sit in them? Yes, I do think. I mean, a throne is like, it's weirwood. It's magic because it's not because it's a throne shape. It's weirwood. But the whole point in a fantasy, story of fashioning devices from magical implements is that by putting them in certain shapes, you're focusing their power to make them a tool. So a sword can become an instrument of, destruction, or it can become like a torch type of thing. A throne is something you sit in. So, yeah, there is an implication that the sea stone chair is radiating, Balin and aging him, just as the oily black stone in Asshai and Yin is toxic. So I'm not going to go through this entire chart, but let me just show you. So that's swords. Okay? So swords are connected to these different orders, different kinds of magic, and different characters. The R'hllorists are using lots of different kinds of magic, lots of different artifacts, and there are a couple of different practitioners, and you could even argue that Dany is using R'hllorist magic, or will be. Can you describe praising Garth using mythical astronomy language from A Song of Ice and Fire? Yeah. The storm god lashed down in his enthusiasm and set a tree ablaze, which enabled man to possess the creativity of the gods. It's right there. It's right there, folks. Burning trees every time. You ask, you shall receive. So tree magic, okay? Tree magic includes both the Undying Warlocks and Weirwood magic, because that's all tree magic. Even the Oaken Seat of House Gardener, okay? So basically you start to see how this becomes a mess. Fire magic is tied to just all kinds of stuff. The Cult of Starry Wisdom is using glass candles. That's fire magic. Valyrian fire mages use fire magic. Shadowbinders using glass candles use fire magic. Rhoynists use fire magic. House Targaryen uses fire magic. If dawn lights on fire, House Dayne uses fire magic. The Pyromancers use fire magic. The Woods Witches use fire magic. And the Night's Watch uses fire magic. So you think about it as Rhoynists, or the Rhoynists are the fire magicians. Well, actually, fire magic is used by all kinds of people. It's just that the Rhoynists created a magical order around it. And this is exactly the point I want to make with this bloody chart, is that magic is wild in Ice and Fire. It's as wild as this chaos here. And people can create orders around different parts of magic, but that doesn't mean they're the only ones that use it. Let's just go look at the Rhoynists, for example, by themselves. The Rhoynists are using fire magic, yes, but they're also using earth magic with their glamours. They're using blood magic, obviously. Light magic is a part of glamours. Melisandre's Shadowbinding, she's a Rhoynist, and she didn't learn Shadowbinding on her own, folks. She's been a slave of the Red Temple since she was a child. So the Red Temple sent her to Asshai to study those things. There's a Red Temple in Asshai. So why do you think Shadowbinders are using fire magic and glass candles, and Rhoynists are using Shadowbinding magic? Because the differences are blurry. You know, it's not even that they're blurry, but just like just because you're a Rhoynist doesn't mean you can't use other... Rhoynist is such a crappy word to say. Doesn't mean you can't use other kinds of magic. So sex magic is when Melisandre takes Stannis' seed and soul by having sex with him and then creating a shadow baby. So she's somehow transforming his human contribution to what would normally become a baby and turning it into a magical being. So she's transforming energy there. She's using sex to pull from Stannis' life fires to make the shadow baby. So that is definitely sex magic. Shout out to the Red Hot Chili Peppers. And by the way, I've got the green, blue, and red behind me with the lights. That's our three main Westerosi branches of magic, of course. So that's all I kind of want to say with this chart is you think about it as being more rigid than it actually is. And even like the Undying. Well, we'll see. I'm going to go through all of these orders and we'll see how it works. So let's go back to Bloodraven and his glass candle. Oh, I meant to have us light the candle. This is unlit. Then when we light the candle, it looks like that. I made that, by the way. This is my photoshopping. Whee! Of course, the glass candle burns with a harsh light that makes the blacks blacker and the whites whiter. The blacks are like a hole in the world. The light's harsh and unwavering. It's a glass candle. It reveals secrets, though. So let's fire it up. The Night's Watch is our first magical order. The glass candle. Yeah, all this stuff is phallic. Swords, candles, the Washington Monument. So the purpose of the Night's Watch is to guard against the others. That's the main thing, right? Prepare for the long night. It was created by the children and the Green Seers, Children of the Forest both helped the last hero in his story and, helped the first men of the Night's Watch organize to fight the War for the Dawn. And then we see the Night's Watch swearing their oaths to the Weirwoods, promising to do this and that. So, pretty obvious that the origins of the Watch have to do with the children and the children helping mankind. Is there Bloodraven magic in effect? You mean like right now? Of course, always. Even after that guy is dead, he'll still be working magic. That's why he's the presenter here. Like I said, the oaths are sworn to the Weirwoods, and of course, the original Long Night. The Night's Watch obviously played some kind of key role. They may have helped start it too. With the whole Night's King thing, it's confusing. It's a tangled web. But yeah, they're obviously tied to the Long Night. This artwork is by John Picasso, famous Song of Ice and Fire artist. Many great works by John Picasso. Now, their magic and talismans. The Night's Watch, they really specialize in this. And of course, they're warriors, so they need a lot of talismans and things. They've got dragonglass blades to slay the others. They potentially have fiery weapons, so weapons actually burning with magical fire, whether that's just one Lightbringer sword or multiple swords lit on fire. We will see that, and we probably will see multiple fire wights. And of course, Beric, in both the books and the show canon, is able to light his own sword on fire because he has, powered by R'hllor, fire white blood, right? And so we've got, actual fire weapons as well as frozen fire, dragonglass. We've got magic steel swords. There's a Valyrian steel sword, such as John's got. And, of course, check out the War for the Dawn presentation where we track down all the Valyrian steel weapons. There's at least 13, potentially, and a couple of question marks. So we could have a dirty dozen, Night's Watchmen or last final, warriors with Valyrian steel weapons. We'll see if George goes there, but potentially he could. At the very least, we'll see a couple of Valyrian steel swords. I think we'll also have multiple Lightbringers as well. I don't think there'll just be one. Do the Night's Watch have wildfire? Not that we've seen, but Melisandre uses it. So potentially that could happen, but not yet. And of course, Dawn. We could see that used. And maybe, probably was the last hero's Dragonsteel the first time. Magic horns. There's a couple of horns floating around at the wall. There's the old small one that either Cold Hands or Benjen left for Jon to find. Now it's down in Sam's possession at Old Town. I think that one calls the others. And I think it called the others to the Fist of the First Men. And then there's also the First Man horn, the giant one with the gold runes that Melisandre burned. The fake horn of Jormungand that probably didn't burn because horns and metal, neither one of them really burn. So there's a couple of horns. And then, of course, the Night's Watch, their vows talk about them being the horn that wakes the sleepers. So potentially there's, some magic horns involved with the Night's Watch, right? A couple more PayPals, thank you. Will Dany acquire a Valyrian battle sorcery tome and learn its magic in order to use Valyrian fire sorcery against the others? No, I don't know if Dany needs a book. I think the cool thing about Dany is that she's, a great question, by the way, is that she kind of is intuiting it all or learning it directly. She's relearning how to bond with Drogon. No one's telling her. And she's not using a horn. She woke the dragons through intuition and dream insight and maybe a little quave dream tinkering. And I think she'll use the glass candle to visit Asshai and gain more truth about the Long Night. So I don't know if a book is going to be the way that I would love to see it, but it does seem like she's learning a lot firsthand. I do think she's on the way to becoming a full-blown Valyrian sorceress with a dragonbinder horn and a glass candle. Kelly, again, do you think power struggles within the R'hllor sect are settled peacefully through visions? Or do they shed even their own blood? I don't know. That thing looks like a pretty tight cult to me. I don't think we're ever going to hear about any struggles within R'hlorism. And one more from Kelly. Do you think the forging of Valyrian steel weapons Was a state secret so tightly kept that it was death to share the knowledge outside of the freehold? Yes. And I think that's why it was lost. Like House Targaryen, they bred battle dragons, war dragons. That was probably their house power. I'm guessing that the people who were forging Valyrian steel, who would have been fire mages, they might not have been dragon lords necessarily. So I do like the idea. There's only some evidence for it, but I like the idea that essentially the different Valyrian magics were spread out amongst different families, which would have helped keep the power in balance. And this explains why the Targaryens didn't have horns or the ability to make more Valyrian steel. So they just didn't have that art. They had war dragons, and so that's what they brought to Westeros. But it could be that the Targaryens left behind those other things because they involve, horrible human sacrifice and blood magic, which the Targaryens don't really practice except for Maegor. Well, and Dany did tie Miri Mazdur to the pyre, but she deserved that, so whatever. All right, moving right along. It's a very morally questionable issue, by the way. I don't mean to just pass that off, the whole Miri Mazdur thing. She killed Dany's baby, but Dany's is with Drogo, who killed all her people. We'll talk about it some other time. Anyway, skin changing and green seeing obviously is a big part of the Night's Watch. Three-eyed crow, Jon Snow, the last hero had a dog, and of course the whole symbolically the idea that Mormont has a raven on his shoulder, even though he's not a skin changer, and that raven then moves to Jon when he becomes Lord Commander. It just sort of shows you like the Lord Commander of the Watch archetypally should be a skin changer with the raven, and that raven is a tool for him to communicate with whoever the Green Seer is, and that's just what the raven does. It's now Mormont's not aware that that's Bloodraven's voice, but it effectively is at things like the choosing of the new Lord Commander when Jon is chosen. So you can see how that would have worked classically. A skin changer, Lord Commander with a raven, communicating directly with the three-eyed crow of that day. Jamie, maybe some characters use magic without knowing. Okay, not really a fan of this. So possibly the Hound wargs his horse. No, the Hound is not. No, there's not any hints that he's a skin changer. Davos has control over the wind and weather. Shay asked Tyrion for jewelry so she can look beautiful. No, I don't think so. Just my honest opinion. I think magic has to be done fairly consciously. We're at least going to notice it, But Gladys would disagree. Yeah, I don't agree with any of those three examples. Maybe a different example. Let's see. What is Jaqen looking for in the Citadel? Oh, well, dragon magic books for sure. I mean, that's a given. The question is why does a Faceless Man want dragon magic books? I think the answer is because they actually want to help Dany. The Faceless Men are not anti-dragon, they're anti-slavery. And you know who else is anti-slavery? Dany. You know what else the Faceless Men hate? Perversions of death. And you know what the Whites are? The ultimate perversion of death. The Faceless Men, by the way, are well aware of the Whites and the others and stuff, because they steal books from libraries everywhere, and they visit places all over Westeros. They're getting information about Hardhome and what's going on there. They know that Arya is a skin changer. That's probably why they recruited her. So yeah, we'll get to the Faceless Men. We'll get there. Don't worry. Got a whole slide on them. So with the Night's Watch, necromancy is probably also a thing. Cold Hands is undead, right? This is by Diego Gisbert Lorenz. He is very undead. And I think the original Night's Watchmen were undead. The Green Zombie theory. So that's the last heroes, companions who were killed. They were killed, but then they were resurrected and they became the first men of the Watch. All the symbolism of the Watch implies them all as symbolically dead. And Jon Snow is going to be a dead Night's Watchman, just like Cold Hands. So clearly, necromancy is part of their magic. Ice magic, again, Cold Hands, animated by ice magic. And then, again, the creation of the wall, tied to Bran the Builder, but kind of implied that it's tied to the creation of the Night's Watch and the fallout of the War for the Dawn as well. Let's see here. Then we've got warding spells. So the wall has warding spells, which Cold Hands describes as old ones and strong. That's a clue that these spells are set by the old ones, who are the Green Men, because the original Night's Watchmen of the Night Fort were Green Men protecting that Weirwood. Check out my Night Fort video. And of course, Bloodraven's Cave is also warded, so magical wards seem to be a thing. The Black Gate. I don't know how you want to classify that. It's Weirwood magic, obviously, of some kind, but it's kind of unique. And it knows the Night's Watch oaths and acts as a portal. So, yeah, whatever you call that. It's a magical artifact. Cheryl Baxter rewatched an old video stream with Quinn's ideas. A question: if Dany gets a glass candle and becomes a full Valyrian sorceress at the end after Winds of Winter, could she rebuild Valyria? No. Nobody should rebuild Valyria. That's the whole point of Dany and her anti-slavery bent, is the Valyrians enslaved people, and Dany is freeing slaves. So the last thing she would do is rebuild the Valyrian Empire. She would create something new if she were to have, a different ending other than the heroic sacrificial death against the others. Maybe she goes back to the Red Waste and that one city and makes it flower like she wanted to. But it wouldn't be recreating Valyria. So warding spells, the Black Gate, hinge amplification. The wall is a hinge of the world. Melisandre is basically reveling orgasmically in its magical power and all the things that she can do with the wall. So, does that have anything to do with the Night's Watch, with the Night Fort Weirwood, with the warding spells? Basically any magic that's practiced at the wall, lighting your swords on fire, any of it is going to be amplified potentially by this hinge of the world magic. So the hinge of the worldness of the wall, whether that's tied to the wall or Weirwoods under the wall or ley lines, it itself acts as a magic artifact that the Night's Watch uses at times. And then there's, of course, potential other unknown magic in the wall. Ygritte says it was made with blood. There's at least one Weirwood organism under the wall, the Night Fort, potentially more. I would suspect Weirwoods, throughout the wall. And then potentially there even could be like fused Dragonstone as an original foundation of the wall, if the Great Empire of the Dawn is out there setting out its foundations. So there basically could be, any number of other magics associated with the wall as well. And I did do speaking of Quinn's ideas, a crazy good stream with Quinn called The Wall, Who, What, When, Why, etc. So check that out. It's 3 hours of me and Quinn exhausting every possible idea that we have about the wall being built and why and who. So that was a good one. I was during the dark COVID times. Okay, so practitioners. Obviously, Jon Snow. What's he practicing? Skin changer magic. He's got a Valyrian steel sword. He's dreamt of wielding a burning sword. He's very, very high candidate to wield a Lightbringer of some kind. Dragon Glass, he's the one who's associated with it. He discovered it. And Stannis calls it Jon Snow's Dragon Glass. And he's going to become a zombie. And maybe he's going to blow the horn that Melisandre didn't really burn, because an astute fused stone is Weirwood anyway. I don't think so, Mike. That's a long... I don't know how you got there. I've not heard that theory. Crowfoot's daughter thinks that the oily stone is petrified shade tree, which could be transformed Weirwood, but I don't think oily stone. No, and I think it's backwards too. I think it's oily stone that poisoned Weirwoods and turned them into shade trees in Essos. That is how I think that works. But I need to make a video about that, so I'll table that. Yeah, the shade of the evening trees that we see in Karth in the Warlocks garden. Well, yeah, I mean, it could be Weirwood, but it's not. It's transformed Weirwood, if anything. It's like, it's a different thing now. It doesn't work the same way. We don't see thrones, and you drink a liquid instead of the Weirwood paste. So everything about it is different. The Warlocks, their use of the shade magic brings about a different result than what Bloodraven has got. So it's not the same. It could have once been Weirwood, but the difference is important. So, Shade of the Evening is made of dwarves. Well, that would be the parallel, wouldn't it? The little dwarf serves Dany the Shade of the Evening. That's even sicker. That's like Hannibal Lecter. Okay, I'm gonna get us demonetized. I got to be careful. I couldn't. The last stream got demonetized, and I was like, "What was it?" I didn't, praise Garth on screen or anything. And then I was like, oh, I was talking about this theory about, how the Craster's babies are turned into others in fairly graphic detail with parallels to spiders and things like that. I was like, oh yeah, that's not necessarily suitable for all audiences. That's fair. That's fair. It turned out to be the F word though. So. Talking about the others drinking babies with Weirwood straws is okay, but apparently not the F word. All right, so shout out to South Park and the Christopher Reeves. Anyway, so that's Jon Snow. Bloodraven, obviously, Green Seer. Let's see. He's a Green Seer. He's a Blood of the Dragon. So his dragon dreams could be a part of what he's doing. He's using astral travel and telepathy extensively as a Green Seer. And he's extended his lifespan, which is a different kind of magic. So he's practicing a lot of magic. Cold Hands has extended lifespan. I think he's like 8,000 years old, personally. He's animated by ice magic. He's using skin changing. That's how you ride an elk and talk to ravens. And he literally speaks to animals, too, which is like with his words, which is kind of a different thing, because he speaks the old, like the nature tongue that the children of the forest speak. Supposedly the ravens can speak that or understand it or something. So, oh, good Daniel Dibka. Varys is a spider who uses children. That's good. That's good parallel. Should think that. Okay, so and then of course Night's King seems to have used ice magic, probably green seeing as well. He created others with Night's Queen, according to me. And he, what's that? I can't read that. Put that there. Well, if he's Azor Ahai, then he messed up the moon. And of course, Night's Queen is she's a moon pale woman. So there's moon intercourse and moon children happening. But that is probably the kind of thing where there's a celestial, the same guy who effed the moon, married a moon woman. So it's moon shagging, yes. So there you go. All right. And here's talking about horns. This is a really cool, slightly speculative piece of art by Ruby. It's the artist's name. And this is the Horn of Winter. So kind of looks like Night's King with Dawn blowing the Horn of Winter. And I think all of that is right. I think that the Horn of Winter that Sam found called the others to the Fist of the First Men. And I think that is the horn that Euron is going to get his hands on and blow. And that is going to connect him with the great other, which is undead Azor Ahai, and make him kind of the master of the others, but also a tool at the same time. I believe that Night's King originally did have Dawn, because Dawn comes from the great empire of the Dawn. So that's Azor Ahai with Dawn becoming Night's King. Last Hero had to steal it from him in order to defeat him. So there's a whole stealing Dawn thing. So Last Hero's sword breaks, and then he has a sword of dragon steel. Where did that sword come from? Well, he stole it from Night's King. The parallel is Ned taking Dawn from Arthur Dayne, King Arthur Dayne, dressed up like an other. So he's King Other. Arthur the King Other with Dawn. Ned, the Last Hero, defeats him with the help of the Children of the Forest, Hal and Reed, and then takes possession of Dawn. So that's the whole story. It's the whole story. But it also means at one point you had to face this ice wizard wielding Dawn, and that would have been terrifying. So I think that Last Hero is basically part Dayne and part Stark, because he's a child of Night's King and Queen. Night's Queen being a Stark and Night's King being Azor Ahai, essentially a Dayne. But it's getting far afield, so let's go to our next... Oh, wait. Guys, am I forgetting someone? Is there one other famous practitioner of the Night's Watch whose artwork I have not shown? Oh, wait. It's Lord Bloodraven. I shouldn't forget that. I had to move that pesky text so it would not obscure his beautiful coif. But of course, this is Mike Hallstein. A great picture of 50-something Lord Commander Brynden Rivers right before he disappeared on his last ranging north of the Wall, with Dark Sister and a Weirwood bow. Very Odin-like. And this, again, this is a version of the archetype of the Last Hero. Someone who's half dead, a Weirwood warrior with a Valyrian steel sword. That's him. Night's Watchman, combining old gods magic and dragon magic. So. Hey, what's up? Michael Talks About Steph. I will once again shout out his very cool young YouTube channel with many interesting videos. Definitely worth checking out. Shout out to Michael. And I always am very entertained, Michael, just so you know, when other people get into the symbolism as deep as I do and draw, you know, conclusions which inevitably are like somewhat similar and somewhat different. I do enjoy that. Crowfood's daughter is another person like that with the Disputed Lands YouTube channel. She's done a lot of great Ironborn videos, and a lot of her conclusions are similar to mine. Some of them are very different, and we had a lot of fun arguing about it back in the day. So, yeah, it's another great channel to, if you like symbolism, definitely the Disputed Lands is a good channel. So, shout out, guys, fellow YouTubers. All right, and shout out Lord Bloodraven and Mike Hallstein with this great artwork. All right, Bloodraven, who's next? How about the Children of the Forest? They're a magical order. They are. They're not just a race of people. They are essentially a magical order at this point. Their purposes are Weirwood net management. They need to recruit humans like Bloodraven and Bran for some reason, which we can speculate on, but for whatever reason, they've got to recruit humans to babysit the Weirwood net, to be the three-eyed crow. We see that there are older children on Weirwood thrones in the cave, but they are very far gone. And we know that, you know, Greenseer genetics are rare, supposedly. 1 in 1,000 skin changers or whatever. So, like, I don't know that that's exactly true, but the point is that children are few in number, and so they do not necessarily always have a Greenseer every generation. Grey Waste Tim. Hey, buddy. Just checking in. He's working on that Danelle Lawston script. Awesome. Can't wait for it, dude. Yeah. I hope you are around when I get to the Shadowbinders, because I wanted to talk about your idea about the River Ash. But I will definitely make sure I tell everyone to go subscribe to your channel when I mention it. It is a good one. All right, so Weirwood net management. That's the first thing. They got to recruit Bran and Bloodraven and people like that. to the cave in the north, apparently, right? It seems like that Weirwood cave is important somehow. Not sure why. Maybe because it's warded and it's just really big. Like that's just a massive Weirwood organism. Maybe that Weirwood organism is the first one, or it's equivalent to the Isle of Faces, or like the Night Fort organism, which is very unique and huge, you know. But there's something unique about that cave. The Bloodraven had to go there. Bran's got to go there. So it seems like a very important throne. You could even say, you know, the black iron throne in King's Landing and then the white wooden throne in the cave are very much opposites. And the iron throne is compared to thorns and things like that. So whose channel? I spaced out. So there's Michael talks about stuff. If Karsnark, if you could drop that link again. And then the Disputed Lands. And of course, Grey Waste Tim. All good channels to follow. So then we've got Night's Watch management. Like I was just saying, they started the watch. They provide the watch with dragon glass, or at least they used to, when the watch was closer to the children. And we see that they potentially help Bran via cold hands. And they help the last hero and presumably the first men of the watch. So last hero tech support, they're doing that. General oversight and abduction of humans. This again, to babysit the Weirwood net, but it's a separate task. You know, you gotta steal people, and they might occasionally recruit Greenseers as well. I think Michael talks about stuff in his video. He's actually talking about the children stealing babies a lot. I think some of that, Michael, is the others stealing babies, but a similar idea with the First Knight. The idea of skin changers trying to have more kids in order to make more skin changers. So yeah, there's definitely something with that. Maybe the children are collecting some of those extra babies. Obviously the others are north of the wall. And then, of course, Children of the Forest messing with Targaryens and prophecy via the Ghost of the High Heart, having the prophecy that the prince that was promised would come from the line of Aerys and Rhaella, which caused Egg to marry them together, even though they didn't really like each other. Poor Rhaella. So yeah, messing with the Targaryen line of succession. And Bloodraven potentially could be, certainly, if you like that theory, could be responsible for any number of the deaths of different Targaryen heirs in order to steer it towards Jon and Dany or whatever. Then we've got keeping an eye on the others. Presumably they are doing that. They're not stopping Craster from sacrificing babies, but they probably are monitoring the situation, if you will. Yeah, Ghost of Highheart does have a huge butterfly effect. We should do a stream on her at some point. Maybe in the pick up the Aegon's Prophecy series again. So then hopefully we get a Dunk and Egg series, because her and Jenny of Oldstones will come into that if we do. So magic talismans, we've got a lot. Magics and talismans, I should say. So skin changing and green seeing, obviously. Green dreams and telepathy, both sending and receiving. Weirwood paste. What's the source? Is that Jojen brains, Jojen blood, Jojen flesh, Weirwood seeds? What is it? It's its own magical substance, you know. And this is what I was saying, like Weirwoods are magical, green seers are magical, so, you know, grind it together and make a paste and feed it to a different green seer and it does a different magic thing. Song magic, they're called the singers, those who sing the song of earth, and their speech is like beautiful music. So can they actually do song magic potentially? And the magic horn technology could be tied to the children as well. Ghost of Highheart out lobbing scimitars and declaring emperors. That's it. That's it. Face carving. That's attributed to the children. I think that's potentially wrong, but carving wayward faces is a magical technology that the children seem to use, at least. And then there's the question of non-weirwood faces. So we've got the idea of oak trees because of the oaken seat and all Garth the Green and the gardener's ties to oak trees. You wonder if the original tree technology was oak trees. And then, of course, in the Rainwood, Arianne sees stone faces down in the cave and looks at them and thinks, this is a place of the children of the forest. Those look like weirwood faces, but they're in stone. Now, I think that's the old ones who are the green men, cousin species to the children. So similar idea. So then we've got dragon glass blades, which they provide to the Watch. Last hero's dragon steel came from somewhere. I'm saying he stole it from Night's King. Well, how did he do that? Probably with the help of the children, just as Ned needed Howland's help to defeat Arthur Dayne. So that's more of a facilitation, but it's an artifact that they are tied to. Necromancy. No, Bran, don't try to call him back from death. That's very bad, and you can't do it anyway. Super big smoking gun there, so obviously they can call people back from death. Potentially the children would have been involved in freeing Cold Hands from the other's enchantment. He's an ice zombie, so one presumes he was whited by the others and then freed. I don't know if it was dragon glass like on the show, but the children are probably the ones who did that. And then the green zombie theory essentially says that it is a Weirwood resurrection that made the original Night's Watch. Well, I got a couple more PayPals. Thanks, guys. Kelly Johnson hit me up again. The sorcerers of Lang have to the sorcerers of Lang have to sacrifice captives to keep the deep ones slumbering, kind of like Cabin in the Woods. So those aren't the deep ones. Those are the old ones on Lang. Deep ones are fishy. In Lovecraft, the old ones include Cthulhu, who's the head deep one. It's confusing. In Ice and Fire, the old ones are the green men, and the old ones live in the jungles of Lang, which is a holy isle, just as the green men live on the holy Isle of Faces. So, yes, all that blood sacrifice, it's said that the old ones are the ones who tell the Empress of Lang to sacrifice people, right? So that means that, potentially they could be benefiting from that blood magic. Yeah, absolutely. Cool. So, good question. And one more, also from Kelly Johnson. Will future live action adaptations of Daenerys be more like warrior queens wielding fire and steel to lay waste to her enemies? Imagine her and Jon going toe-to-toe with Night's King as he wields his deadly ice magic against them. Kelly Johnson, a man after my own heart. Look, we're just going to have to wait for George to finish the story before we see any more adaptations, I would guess. So I would want to see an animated one, kind of like a manga style, or better yet, in the style of the Hobbit movie, the old one. That would be sick. We'll see. Was the wall built to keep Children of the Forest out because they're evil? No, the Children of the Forest can enter the realms of men. Ray Blackfire. Leaf went wandering in the realms of men for like 200 years. That's not a thing. The wall stops shadows, undead things, whites and the others. Cold Hands can't pass the wall. The others presumably cannot either. And it may be interfering with Jon's warg magic. So it's more of a magical barrier. The Children of the Forest can walk through it, yes, because they're normal, natural beings who use magic. So yeah, they can walk through. The wall is... Why was the wall built? Again, check out the stream I did with Quinn. That's a whole can of worms. It's probably to keep both parties apart. Do we know if the YT series is still coming? It's still in development, but we don't know. Nothing's been greenlit. Even Duncan Egg. What did they say? They ordered Duncan Egg. So that's kind of greenlit, but everything's up in the air with by the way, the writer's strike. There has been promising signs that making progress towards being over. Don't count your chickens till they're hatched, but yeah, we'll have to see. Do you think these magical orders have an overall leader who pulls the strings? Like, is there an overall leader for the Order of Valor? Yeah, I mean, it's Bonero, so far as we know. But is there a secret council behind Bonero? Yeah, I mean, these things are all human orders, so they all have human leadership. Because this is George speculating on what people would really do with magic power if it was real. They would form cults and orders and religions and cabals and, elitist shadow governments and all kinds of things. Does all magic boil down to being rooted in blood magic? Yes, Zach. Good question. I meant to say that at the beginning. Why do you think blood magic is the most prominent? Is blood the simplest form or most powerful? Yeah, it's like currency. The different forces of nature are sources of magic. Blood seems to be the currency by which it is used. I think it's just a way of George emphasizing the sacrificial element of using power. Like anytime you accept power, like if you become president, you have to sacrifice a lot of your personal life to serve the realm, right? If you use magic power, it demands sacrifices of you. To be an artist like myself, it demands sacrifices of you. To be a miner and work hard for your family and not do other things, like it's a sacrifice. So whatever choices you make in life have sacrifices, and power especially comes with a price. George loves writing about the cost of power, the cost of magic. So by making all magic revolve on blood magic, it makes it very real. Like you literally have to bleed out to gain this power. So I just think it works on a thematic level. And it's also a belief that people have had all around the world as well. So it's multiple reasons. Take your pick. Let's see here. So necromancy, ice magic, warding spells. We talked about warding spells. The Black Gate. Can the children use the Black Gate? Did they create it? Probably. And then stone magic. Again, in the Rainwood, those stone faces. It kind of implies that the face carving magic is its own technology and it can be applied to different substances, which is interesting. And I do think that's how George, it's kind of how things work. Do you think it's possible the intelligent animals could be skin changers in disguise? No, it's not a ridiculous theory, but I don't tend to think so. But maybe. I've seen the theory that Ghost is a skin changer, and he's doing a lot more than you think. And I don't hate the theory. I don't subscribe to it, but it's interesting. That's what I would say about it. And then also the children were said to have helped shape stones with magic to help during God's grief build Storm's End. I think that's a mixed up legend about the Fused Stone Fortress and the Great Empire of the Dawn and Bran the Builder and all that, but potentially it's there. Hey, Alicia Kingston. Good to see you. So, practitioners. Obviously, Leaf, Coles, Snowy Locks, Scales, Ash, and Black Knife. Bran's nicknames for the 6 children of the forest in the cave. And the Ghost of Highheart as well is obviously part child of the forest. And then you could include all the other skin changers in the story. Jojen and the Cranog Men and all that stuff. But they're kind of a different thing, in my opinion. So, is it plausible that Jon's crush on Satin? I don't think that he has really a crush on Satin. I think they're good friends. And I think that Jon's not bigoted, that's all. But sure. Will intensify post-resurrection. And that Ghost will follow Satin around if Ghost has second life. I don't think so. I mean, that sounds more like some fan fiction. But they're definitely tight. Yeah, I just think that's George modeling some positive non-homophobia for us. That's all. It doesn't have to be a crush. Anyways. Let's see. Unless there's something I didn't pick up on. I don't know. I wasn't looking for that. So maybe there's some subtext. Amin is like, no, he does. That's cool. Well, I'm not gonna tell you you're wrong. I just saying I didn't pick up on it. But let's see. Do you think it's possible that and as a hetero person who has lots of gay friends and feels strongly about hetero men, like it's on us a little bit to help blur the gender norms as well, not just gay people. Like I resent rigid gender norms. I don't like to be a dude bro. I don't like the whole tough guy thing. That doesn't make me gay or have a crush on anybody, but whatever, it's all good. I'm not going to tell anybody that you're wrong. So any case, how do we get onto that? God bless the chat. So then we've got, R'hllor reminds me of the Vedic fire cults. Well, so George has said that he was drawing from, Persian Zoroastrianism. Zoroastrianism has a shared root with Vedic mythology. That's all Proto-Indo-European mythology. And in fact, it's only a few hundred years back that you would have had, sharing of ideas between the ancestors of the Persian Zoroastrians and the ancestors of the Vedic Rishis. So check out Mythic Concepts, by the way. I've got another channel called Mythic Concepts, and the Indian Origins video goes into that as well. So yes, it's all fire religion, absolutely. And it is very similar. So those are your practitioners of Child of the Forest magic. They are a magical order. Bloodraven, what's next? Oh my, it's the Green Men. Of course they'd be next. Do you think it's possible that Bloodraven is secretly a part of a magical order and he's just pretending to act independently? What order would that be? I'm not sure. I mean, he's effectively a part of the Children of the Forest little order in that cave. I don't think there's any other agenda. Anyway. The Sacred Order of Green Men. I might have to praise Garth here. Speaking of Green Men, yeah, I guess that's the right time. Let me hit y'all with a quick 30 seconds of funky music, which I made myself, by the way, in case you didn't know that. And this is the Reading Rainbow song. Yes. And we're back. So smooth. All right, Bloodraven, what do we need to know about the Green Men? Well, the Green Men... No, it's not a new song. You haven't been here in a while. That's all. It's newer than the Game of Thrones theme, but... Okay, so the Green Men, praise Garth, watch over the Weirwoods. That is, oh, Tyler, that's a great point. The Green Men are often found, are carved faces in cathedrals. Yeah. So perhaps the faces in the Weirwoods are to remind us of the sorrow of a pact not kept in the past. Interesting. Oh, they're carved in cathedrals so we'd never forget the old religion. Interesting, Tyler. I was just dwelling on the simple fact of like, the Weirwoods are a temple, and they've got Green Man faces on them, just like the cathedrals do. Yeah. Hey, that's very generous, Sothorian. Thank you. Good luck with the landlords. No, I don't want anything to do with them. The luck will be the new landlords. That's the luck I need, is finding a new place. Nicer landlords. But yes, appreciate it. I like the handle too. Now I'm going to starve. David Lightbringer, do you think obsidian weapons can be used like glass candles, or are candles imbued with magic in a different way? You know, I've wondered about that. It's a great question. Very on topic. First of all, what do you guys think? And here's the bass that made that song. You guys saw it in the video. And I think there must be some difference. But because it would be distracting if you have a dragon glass knife and you're trying to kill people, but you're being assailed with visions, right? So I would say probably there's a difference, other than just the candles are taller and stationary. They're probably consecrated or something. Yeah. But it's not, there is a fantasy trope of magic swords being used for purposes other than killing. And the one I always bring up is the Sword of Shannara. Old series by Terry Brooks. A lot of you older fantasy heads have no doubt read some of the Shannara series. It was a TV series for a couple of seasons on UPN or something. Whole point is, it's a sword. It's a magic sword, but the whole thing it does is it reveals truth. And if you can get somebody that's under some sort of spell of deception or something, if you can get them to touch the sword, then you both go to like a vision world where truth is revealed, and it's a psychic journey and stuff like that. So you kind of wonder if Dawn being compared to milk glass all the time is like, oh, does it work like a glass candle? And this isn't Green Men, but whatever. Is Dawn a giant glass candle that looks like a sword? And I'm sure it obviously can be used like a sword, but can it also give visions or just cast a huge amount of light when we need to fight the others in the darkness, or even like drive them away with light or something? And of course, Excalibur, same thing. So blindingly bright on the battlefield at times. So yeah, there could be some overlap there with the dragon glass swords and the glass candles. Could be. So the Green Men, they're said to keep watch over the Weirwoods on the Isle of Faces. And I am also theorizing that they once kept watch over the Weirwood at the Night Fort, and potentially other Weirwoods. But lately, I've been even thinking harder about this. Let me reward you guys. There's 500 people watching this stream, 498. Where did those 2 people go? Everyone click like if you're watching. Brand new theory, gonna tease it for you. Weirwood trees, there we go, now we're up to 500. Weirwood trees are not native to Westeros. They were brought there by the Green Men and planted by the Green Men a long time ago. The children have lived in Westeros for 1,000 years, not the Weirwoods. So the Weirwoods, think about it. If Garth the Green planted the 3 Weirwoods at Highgarden, think about that. Highgarden is one of the oldest First Man settlements. Like before Winterfell, before the First Men ever got north into the Riverlands or the north, they were settling the Reach and the Stormlands. Those are the first places that they settled. They kind of skipped right through Dorne, supposedly. I think they might have sailed around Dorne. Or at least the Green Men. That's neither here nor there. But yeah, if the Green Men, Garth the Green being a Green Man, planted Weirwoods in the Godswood at Highgarden, then that implies the Green Men may have planted Weirwoods at every Godswood, including the Night Fort and Winterfell. And who are the Green Men? Well, they come from Lang. That's where they come from. I showed you that in the Lang video. It's either that there are Green Men both on the Isle of Faces and Lang, and they're both surviving pockets, or they literally came from Lang to Westeros. And I used to lean more towards they're both surviving pockets, but now I don't think so. I think the green men came to Westeros from Lang and planted Weirwoods, potentially before humans were ever there. So I'll give you evidence for that over the next couple of months in some of my videos. But this is a new brainwave. I've been having a lot of brainwaves lately, so hey. Yeah, it's funny, the whole thing about Dorne. They just went right through Dorne. Like, yeah, maybe. Or maybe the first people in Westeros were green men that actually sailed to the Reach, and that the whole old town and like all that was first. Baby, the wording in your sentence is unclear there. I'm not quite exactly what you're saying. What kind of thralls are you? Well, the deep one thralls are for that, the F word. It's weird how the Ironborn have a tradition of thraldom, and the deep ones make thralls of people. I wonder if that's connected. Anyways, moving right along. The green men, they watch over Weirwoods, okay? The sacred order of the green men, quote unquote, supposedly was created with the signing of the pact. Now, it's hard to say what that means exactly. I think that has to do with the Night's Watch. They're the ones who were created with the signing of the pact, but the Night's Watch is an order of green men. So I explained that in the Timeline Heresies video. I don't want to devolve back into that whole thing, but according to the story, they were created with the pact, and my other ideas on that are in the Timeline Heresies, the pact video. Garth fathered many First Man houses, supposedly, as did Durran Godsgrief, who also looks like a green man, as did the Grey King, who is also a green man. I'm going to prove that too. So what you have here is green men. Oh, is it 420? 422. I just took a break. It was close enough. So what you have is, Isaac, if you hang around to the end of the stream, I'll talk about the Dayne trade and the Drew Holiday trade, which might even be bigger. But you're throwing me off, man. You're throwing me off. Don't bring up basketball yet. Garth the Green is said to have fathered most of the main houses in the Reach. So that tells you first men got to Westeros and seemingly interbred with green men. And that's where all the first men come from. So I'm not sure if the green men actually created humans, maybe. But they're said to be the ancestors of the first men. And they might be planting all the Weirwoods. So, yeah. Guys, if it's blurry for you, check your YouTube settings. Make sure it's set to 1080. Click the little gear and make sure it's on 1080p. It might not. A lot of times it won't load. It'll load at 720 or even 480. Ugh. So make sure it's in 1080. 1080. I killed that game, by the way. It's one of the last video games I played. Showing my age. All right, let's keep going. So we've got, the green men at the Night Fort. I mentioned that theory already. The green men may take a hand in human affairs, at least in ancient day, if they have something to do with the Night's Watch and planting the God's Woods that would become all the important First Man castles. So the origins of the Watch and the origins of a lot of the old First Man houses are tied to the green men. Magic and talismans, well, skin changing and green seeing, obviously. They ride elks, they talk to ravens. I don't know why I've got elk riding on there twice, but whatever. It's cool. And let me show you some other artwork too, by the way. Oh, I didn't show off all my Child of the Forest artwork. I'll go back for it in a second. Sorry. So this one is by Ha-Madin. This is called The Keeper. This is my favorite green man. This one is by K Trout 743. It's titled Last View of a First Man. And it's kind of a mix between a Child of the Forest and a green man. So it's a really interesting piece of artwork, which is why I love it. He's not actually green, but I don't know that the green men did have green skin. I think the greenness is more about the green seeing and the green eyes. It's on there twice because elks are really big. That's true, baby. That's true. I can't repeat what you said, but you're right. So, there's this art by K-Trout743. This is by Dazed Da. This is the Oaken Seat. And as I mentioned, Garth the Green planted an oak tree that became the Oaken Seat. Dazed Da, the artist. A living tree throne, and his descendants sat in the Oaken Seat. So it's not said to be in a cave, and it's the official seat of House Gardener. So one imagines it, as you see it here, above ground, in the daylight, which fits the symbolism as well. Summer King, oaks, Weirwoods are analogous to the Winter King, and the holly tree. So yeah, the Oaken Seat is one of those weird things that George puts in there that causes us to really think hard about the implications. Like, Weirwoods aren't the only magic trees. Tree thrones can be made out of other trees. The Green Men made a tree throne out of an oak tree. The chat's very open today. My quick take is the Bucks and Celtics both became serious title contenders. But we'll talk about it more later. So, hey, Bucks, Green Men, Bucks, it's quasi-related. And I got a bunch of PayPals too, which I'll check out in a second. Thank you guys. Let's see if it's all Kelly Johnson. What do you guys think? Will Kelly Johnson have, what's the over-under on those the four new PayPals? What's the over-under on how many are from Kelly? I'll set it at 2. You can take the over or the under. 2.5. Yeah, 2.5. Baby, all I can say is I hope what you're typing in the chat doesn't affect my monetization settings. I don't think it does, so carry on. So elk riding. Bran speaks about the Green Men having strange magic powers in general. And here I will change it to John Jude Palancar. Oh, here's another oak tree with a face. Yeah. So this is called Seven Faces of God. And confusingly, I'm not even sure what John Jude Palancar was going for here. This is an oak tree. You can see the leaves, obviously oak leaves, with a face. Now, I guess this is probably the King's Landing Weirwood. The heart tree in King's Landing is an oak. Is it not? I believe it is. So maybe that's what he's drawing. But I also think it's something that is real, that based on the implication of the Oaken Seat, this is probably real. So, yes, it is an oak in King's Landing. Very cool. I should go back and look at the scenes with it and see if it has clues about the Oaken Seat. Thanks, No Sage. You really peg these theories and analyses. I try. Thank you. You have to be open-minded, to do that. Paul Daskell, you missed one reading, Rhaegar. He'll be back, though. Don't worry. This will be a long stream. We've only gotten to our third magical order. So, strange magic powers in general. Bran thinks about the Green Men having strange magic powers. So, I put that there because it could be ambiguous. It's just want to point out, it's open-ended. We don't know the limits of what the Green Men do. The Green Men are tied to Old Ones and other ideas from Lang and Lovecraft. So there could be star magic and astral travel and things. Green seeing is astral travel anyways. But wards. The Isle of Faces does seem to be warded. And Storm's End is warded. Durn Godsgrief built Storm's End. And the cave under the Weirwood tree, there is a Weirwood tree there. So those caves originally were Greenseer caves, and they are warded. So probably all the Weirwood caves are warded. If Bloodraven's cave is warded, and the caves under Storm's End are warded, then probably they all are. And again, those spells are the Old Ones spells. implied as being spells of the green men. So the magic wards is a green man magic. It seems to me. Again, the stone faces in the Rainwood Caves, the Storm's End story. The Children of the Forest are involved, but so is Durran Godsgrief, who is dressing up like a green man. What if the strongest of the Green Seers could make the land come alive to fight, like in the Celtic Battle of the Trees? Well, I think George is definitely riffing off of that. It's a major inspiration for the idea of the others as tree warriors, and the green, the green zombies as tree warriors. But I don't think they'll be Ents. So, stone magic could be a thing. We see stone faces in the Rainwood. Storm's End is kind of weird. It's not fused stone exactly, but the stones are fit so tight that it is, comparable to like Sacsayhuaman in South America. It's an engineering marvel. You can't fit a knife or a piece of paper in between the seams. And they have to be so tightly put together to withstand the pounding of the storms. So maybe there's magic involved. Maybe there's fused stone underneath the masonry. Who knows? Human sacrifice, Gartha Green. Obviously, the oldest tales about Gartha Green, which means the most accurate ones, have him demanding and receiving human sacrifice. That makes sense if the green men are tied to Weirwoods, because the Weirwoods receive human sacrifice. So human sacrifice, blood magic is part of it. Yeah, okay, so in the Battle of the trees were transformed into fully armed men. So very much inspiration for the others. All right. Let's check on those Kelly. Let's see if the super chats are. Let's see the answer. How many are Kelly? So one not Kelly, one Kelly. Oh, Kelly only got 2 out of 4. Only 2 out of 4. All right. And by the way, thanks for always asking such good questions. So first question from Kelly. I think John Romita Jr.'s art would slay if he did a graphic novel of A Song of Ice and Fire. John Romita Jr. Who's that? What did he do? I don't know that artist. But that's cool that you're thinking of it. Okay, just a contribution from D. Morris. Thank you. Kelly asks, I can't stand House of the Dragon. Oh, and I think it's straight. Oh, Kelly. But I realize it helps give you shine. No, it's good. What do you mean? At what point do you think HBO will touch base with you for the premiere parties? Oh, we'll have to see. I'd be curious to see if they invite me again. I don't know. HBO they don't call me. They're not in constant contact with me. I just got that invitation kind of out of the blue. And hopefully they'll give me one again, but I don't know. I'll let y'all know if I do. I really like House of the Dragon, though. I'm sorry you don't, man. Michael Cordero. Moving sucks. Yes, it does. And there's one more new one. Yeah, the Shannara series was pretty weak. It's definitely in the Rings of Power category. And you can still enjoy those shows if you just let go. Just watch it as light fare, which is hard to do if you're, a Lord of the Rings head. I get that. But I watched the Shannara series. I'll say that. I watched it. Moving right along. Do you think Euron using Shade of the Evening could lead to him invading the Weirwood net or something like that? Yes. Yes. I think mostly it'll give him a connection to Night's King, who is on the frozen side of the Weirwood net. Because I talk about this 2 different ways. Sometimes I say, well, the others are kicked out of the Weirwood net. And they are. They're at least kicked out of one half of it. But there probably is a frozen Weirwood tree. It seems like the astral realm that we call the Weirwood net is divided. It's just like the wall. The wall is a curtain and a bifurcation, and there's green lands on one side full of life. On the other side is the cold dead lands, right? I think the Weirwood net is the same. There's half of the Weirwood net that's been killed. So say it how you want. But let's see, what was the question? Let me scroll back. So the shade of the evening, I think the shade trees definitely symbolize this idea of the dead half of the Weirwood net. The shade drink it tastes like foul, rotting meat and other poison and corrupt things. And the colors are inverted. The warlocks are similar to the green seers, but different. And of course, there are cold blue shadows gathered around a cold blue heart who want to possess Dany, and then Dany burns them with her dragon. So easy to see. The others are vampiric. They would like to possess people like Dany and Jon and suck their magic and use them or something. But Dany will probably end up burning them with Drogon. So we can see, and the blue heart is the heart of winter. So it strongly implies, again, the others are associated with some sort of corrupt, dead side of the Weirwood net, something like that. The ice spiders, also, those are frozen trees. Those are the ones they can ride. So shade of the evening, the thing is, I think recently I've decided that the shade of the evening trees are probably the Weirwoods that were originally in Asshai, and that they were corrupted. And that's one of the reasons why people like the Grey King had to sail to Westeros with a Weirwood arc. Because it's like the Weirwoods got messed up in Asshai. And doesn't it make sense that the warlocks of Qarth would go to the Shadowlands and take some shade trees and transplant them into their little garden so that they could sit around and do shadow magic in Qarth? And that's essentially what they're doing. No, the Heart of Winter isn't I'm sorry, Kolnitsky. The blue shadow heart that's in this inner sanctum of the Undying is an analog to the Heart of Winter. And the Undying, being cold blue shadows and also eternal sorcerers, are very much parallel to the others, who are former green men, who are kind of eternal, and they live around the Heart of Winter, where we can probably expect to find a frozen Weirwood tree of some kind. So, the green men, thanks for the great questions, by the way. You guys are asking tremendous questions. They're on topic, and they're little niche things that I hadn't necessarily thought of in this presentation. So you've already made the presentation better. God bless you all, your wonderful audience. And I really mean that. It's not just a saying. So, wards, stone magic, human sacrifice, earth magic, potentially. Of course, I think that Hammer of the Waters is a comet, okay, and not the green seers making an earthquake. But we've also got the Horn of Jormungand, which supposedly wakes giants in the earth and knocks down the wall. And so I don't think George would keep suggesting the idea of earthquake magic if there wasn't some form of it, some way to maybe make the earth shake. Maybe it's all you call comets and they make the earth shake. But there could certainly be earth magic. And also, anytime you're working with stone, that's kind of like earth magic. So, the magical horns, like the Horn of Jormungand and whatever, potentially those are tied to the green men. They are horned magicians. So, I don't know. I'm not saying that the giant horn is the horn of a green man. They would have had probably antlers. Maybe they had little pan horns. Who knows? Maybe neither. Maybe they were more human-like, and the horns were really just the Weirwood crowns that they wore that looked like stag antlers. And they rode elks. So, George is obviously drawing from Cernunnos and Green Man mythology, but that doesn't mean it's exact parallel. He could have his own way of creating the similar idea of a stag man. Well, it's a green seer that rides elks, and wears wood around their head. So, we'll see. I said Jormungand was most likely a dragon. Well, I said that the black horn that Mance Rayder finds, that he calls the Horn of Jormungand, looks like a dragon horn. It's the same size as the Dragonbinder horn, and it looks the same. It's banded with gold, engraved with glyphs of the first men, runes of the first men, instead of Valyrian steel and regular gold and Valyrian runes. But it's the same idea. A dragon horn bound with metal that's graven with magical runes creates a magical weapon. So it's the same technology, but one's used by the first men and another by the Valyrians. And this is another great example of what I'm saying about magic with this whole presentation. If you can make a magic horn, you can make a magic horn. It doesn't belong to any culture. If runes are magic, then you could probably use runes from any language. The runes, it's not there's only one true rune god. Only Valyrian glyphs are magical. No. Like the Royces, they have a tradition of runes on their armor that dates back 8,000 years. It must be important. And Waymar Royce is the first one we saw confront the others in a last hero-like position that also foreshadows Jon. So what does that tell you? The Royce's runic armor probably originates with the long night and fighting against the others. And runic armor probably does work. It probably helps. If you have bronze runic armor, that will probably stop a blow of another's sword. I bet it will. That's why the King of Winter wears bronze and iron in his crown, which are metals dark and strong to fight the cold. Bronze literally is a metal that can withstand very low temperatures. So it makes sense that George would be inspired by that and say that, magical bronze can be armor that resists ice magic. Maybe it can only take a few blows. Maybe it crumples a bit. I don't know, but it probably does something. So Jormungand and dragons. The word Jormungand obviously comes from Jormungandr. Jormungandr, the Norse world dragon. It's a serpent dragon. It's kind of the same thing in Norse mythology. Encircles the world ocean, biting his own tail, and lets go at Ragnarok and the oceans of chaos. Rise high, the drowned god. Okay. So it's a dragon associated with the end of the world, floods, cataclysms, and Ragnarok. Obviously, the long night borrows heavily from Ragnarok. So, the Horn of Jormungand wakes giants in the earth and maybe knocks down the wall. It's very much an apocalyptic horn. And all the magic horns are tied to apocalyptic ideas. So, the Horn of Jormungand, it looks like a dragon horn. And it's named after a Norse dragon. So, that one, at least, the big one, that big black one, is surely a dragon horn. The Maesters say the dragon skeletons can be found all over the world, and specifically Azor Ahai was a dragon lord who came to Westeros and theoretically the North. So, yeah. This is fun. This is everything I hoped this stream would be. Thank you guys for making it even better, again, with these great questions. So, the Green Men, star magic. They certainly could have star magic. It's implied that Azor Ahai is a type of Green Man, or he's using the magic of the Green Man. Something like that. Again, the Green Men, by George naming them Old Ones and tying them to Lang, implies that they are tied to star entities, okay? So the red comet, calling the comet, whatever magic was used to call a comet, think about it. There's two things in Ice and Fire that are implied as being able to call comets or break moons or anything like that. And it's over and over. Trees and horns, okay? The Dragonbinder horn emulates the entire Azor Ahai Nissa Nissa scene. The sound of it is like the wail and scream of Nissa Nissa. It fills the whole world. It's also like a sword thrust that splits the air, a shivering hot scream of ice and fire, or shivering hot, which means ice and fire. So the sound of it is like Nissa Nissa's scream. And then the horn itself looks like Lightbringer because it's made with Valyrian steel. It catches on fire. It's black and red. So you've got a Lightbringer object emitting Nissa Nissa's scream. And what does it do? It binds dragons, but the meteors that come from the broken moon are dragons. So does the horn Is it Comet Binder and not Dragon Binder? Because when Nissa Nissa screamed, it broke the moon, and that called the meteor dragons to Earth. So then when Dragon Binder sounded the King's Moot, it looks like Lightbringer and sounds like Nissa Nissa, and it binds dragons. So it could just all be parallelism, but it could be that Dragon Binder, if blown right, will summon the comet, and that's what the Bloodstone Emperor did. You know, Azor Ahai, whoever, if that's the same person. It's implied he broke the moon by forging Lightbringer. So, whatever that means, it implies that comets were called by human magic, right? So then we've got, on the Isle of Faces, we have the Green Seers calling down the Hammer of the Waters with blood magic. So similar idea. We're using blood magic in sacrifice of magical people, Nissa Nissa or Children of the Forest. And of course, Nissa Nissa does seem like a child of the forest. And then we call down the Hammer of the Waters, which turns out to be one of those meteors. So the Green Men could very well be involved in calling the comet. Oh, I was saying there's two things that break the moon. The horn is one. The trees are the other. So at the Night Fort, where Night's King was, we see the Weirwood trying to pull the moon down into the well. So can Weirwoods reach up into the sky and break the moon? Well, maybe Green Seer magic can be used to do that somehow. And then we see it again at Raventree Hall. The branches of the tree are scratching at the face of the moon. And then in the Wolfswood, when Asha goes there, there's tons of cool tree symbolism. And one of those scenes involves the trees scratching at the moon. So basically, horns and Weirwood trees, tree magic, astral projection tree magic, are implied as being things that can reach into the heavens and potentially summon things. I like the idea that there's an Oort cloud of comets out there, and that basically we're blowing a dog whistle. Like the horn, you give it a toot, and it summons one of them comets from the Oort cloud, and it comes streaking in to cause chaos. Something like that. But there's a limit to how much George is ever going to explain with this, because it becomes kind of dorky when you explain it. Like, we're all doing a very dorky thing here. Ice and Fire, it's got an edge to it, right? So when you're writing the story, you don't want to explain exactly too much of this stuff. That way it leaves it for us dorks to peel it apart and do this with it. So yeah, we'll see. I do think Bran will understand that the long night is caused by falling stars and comets. I think he'll see that. But yeah, I don't know how much it will be explained. So the Green Men may have star magic. I'd bet on that. Also, we saw that scene. We just read the chapter 2 days ago, the Cold Hands chapter, where Cold Hands appears, who's obviously a symbolic green man riding the elk, using skin changer magic, guarding the forest. Okay, working for the Green Seers. He's basically Hearn the Hunter, who's a dead version of the Green Man mythology. So, Hearn the Hunter, Cold Hands, when he appears, we see the ravens stirring in the Weirwood tree, and they erupt in black clouds. But when the branches begin to stir, it seems like the starlight is moving as well. So you're looking up through the branch canopy, and you see the Weirwood leaves rustling and the starlight rustling at the same time. And it's just like, As the starry wisdom come through the Weirwood trees, the Weirwood trees can reach into the stars. There's a lot of language like that. And then, of course, a green man shows up a second later. So, yes, I do think green men can use Weirwoods to mess with comets and things. And that's how this all started. So, practitioners, Garth the Green, obviously, Durran God's Grief, Cold Hands, Azor Ahai Night's King, as I said, and then potentially the Grey King, and I'm going to talk about that in future videos, so I don't want to give that away too much. But yeah, the old ones are everywhere. So check out Secret Origins of the Green Men if you want more old ones, Green Men stuff, because there is more. Oh yes, one of my favorite topics. So real quick, let me go back to, we had some Child of the Forest art I forgot to show you. This first one is by Blue Ultramare. It is outstanding. You see the obsidian chunks on the necklace. the black clawed four-fingered hands. It does have the slitted pupils. They're not as obvious, but they are slitted pupils and golden eyes there. Got some dreads. You know the hair would be dready. Come on. And George is a deadhead. Okay. Child of the Forest archetype. Influenced by hippie girls. I'll just say that. It's not a crazy idea. Shout out to Maynard James Plum. Maddie Victoria is the artist here. This is a Child of the Forest leaf escorting everyone into the Weirwood Cave. So I like this one because it's very magical ordery. She's holding the torch, kind of like Hecate, saying, come into the dark and I'll give you wisdom at the entrance to the cave. So it's very, symbolic. Very, very initiate. We're about to initiate you into the secrets, into the mysteries. And then, of course, Chase Stone, legendary Child of the Forest artwork here, carved faces. You got to look at the eyes for a second. You almost don't realize how big they are because they're so big. Like, yeah, they're giant, big bug eyes. I like how he's drawn them. It's pretty dope. And yeah, the carving here is just incredible. Now, I think this is a lie. I don't think it's the children who carved the faces. Or if they did, they only did it after the Weirwood net was corrupted as a sort of making the best of it type of thing. But it's implied that Azor Ahai carved those faces. So, Daemon Targaryen carving up the Weirwood tree at Harrenhal before his fight with Night's King Aemond is a big clue about that. Speaking of House of the Dragon. Okay, so that's your Child of the Forest artwork. Let's move on to more tree magic. We've already been talking about the Undying. I must have put these in order. So, this artwork is by Lauren Cannon. There is that floating blue shadow heart in the inner sanctum. And those husk-looking Undying. So their purpose, they are an immortality cult. They seem to be largely self-serving. They have gathered here to practice magic, and primarily they are extending their own lifespan, and they are vampiric. They are luring people like Dany into their temple so that they can prey on her. When she wakes up from the visions, they are biting and sucking on her. And the last vision they gave her was a vision of the slaves crying out. And Dany emotionally is like, oh, she gave herself to them. They needed the fire, the life. And she's like, oh, take it. So they're preying upon Dany's empathy and self-sacrificing nature, which, by the way, in dreams, you generally show your true nature. So Dany instinctively giving herself to these people. It shows you where her heart is, by the way. So always got to point that out. So they trick her. They give her the vision of the slaves so that Dany opens herself into this giving state. And then she wakes up and it's like, wait, it's not freed slaves, it's the Undying trying to drink her magic. So their purpose seems to be essentially magical vampirism in order to extend their life. So they're an immortality cult practicing magical vampirism. Do they have some other long-term goal? Hard to say. They could be serving some entity or some agenda. But so the others, for example, their agenda, theoretically, would be to get back to the Weirwoods somehow, or else turn the whole world cold. So I don't know that there's a comparable agenda for the Warlocks. I think they are just self-serving, but I'm interested to hear ideas if you do have them. So magic and talismans, obviously the Warlock wine. It's a psychedelic substance. Enables pretty much all their magic, astral projection, but if you keep using it, it seems to extend your lifespan as well. And life extension, that would be their next magic. They're trading corporeal status for magical life, so their physical form is limited. It seems like they just sit in hibernation in that sanctum until Dany comes along, and then they wake up and try to eat her. So they exist mostly in the dream world, just like Greenseers. So they've traded their physical body for an extended life, but it's a magical life. Astral projection. Their bodies lie, but still they roam out. Yeah. Wanda. I get the idea. So they're doing mind reading because they fashioned illusions from Dany's desires and her memories, as well as like historical events that are tied to her, like Rhaegar and Elia. So they are doing precognition. They're showing Dany the future. They're showing Dany the past. And they are drawing things from her own desires and dreams. So there's a lot of psychic activity going on with the Undying. And there's illusion. This is the Shadow Tower, for example. Dany goes into the tower, and she's told by Pyat Pri, only take the door on the right and never go down, only up. And sure enough, she does. She takes the door on the right every time, and she goes up. At the end, she goes up a stairwell for a long time. Now, Crowfoot's daughter proposed that what's happening here is that when she thinks she's on flat ground, it's actually sloping down a little bit. And then when it goes up, it's going back up to the surface. I don't think so. I think she would notice that because you notice when the floor is sloped, even a little bit. So I don't think that's the case. I think it's illusion. And I think George named one of the Night's Watch towers the Shadow Tower as a sort of reference to this. The Undying, like Dany's whole experience in there is not literal. It's basically a dream. She might not be walking anywhere. It's very hard to say, and it's not meant to be clear. But we're meant to notice that it's a long, low, flat building, and yet she seems to climb and climb and climb. It's an illusion. It's a psychedelic experience. That is my answer. So they are doing illusion, and they're kind of doing like a virtual reality trick where they're making, she's entering a hallucination and thinking that it's real, a hallucinatrix. She entered the hallucinatrix. Yeah, there you go. That's exactly right. So it's a very cool magic, and it's unique. There's nothing quite like that tricks you into thinking that, like, she only took a couple of sips. No, it's definitely like a psychedelic substance. You don't need much. Euron's just sipping on it. Sipping on that indigo drink. So they're doing magical digestion. Like they're literally biting Dany. Like they're going to eat her body or just vampire suck her. I'm not sure what. But somehow they're consuming her magical energy and it's powering them. So it's a kind of magical metabolism or digestion. And again, the others, I think, are doing something similar when they take Craster's babies and suck all the life juice, the magical life juice out of them and leave them as husks, just like, spider food. Are there any historical analogs for the House of the Undying? Well, yeah, it's kind of like, it's a magical maze. George has a lot of mazes in this story. And again, Crowfoot's daughter has a video all about the maze makers and all the different mazes. The maze is mostly an esoteric kind of a thing. Walking the maze, it's like the people who walk the pattern maker's maze are seeking wisdom. Blind Bow Ash followers in the Lorath mazes are seeking enlightenment. The Weirwoods are like mazes. George is always tying these mazes to two things. One, the idea of a monster being in the middle, like the Minotaur. And two, the idea that the maze is a tool for entering trance-like states. Tyler, I may have. Let me scroll back and see if I can get it. No Sage, what would happen if she broke the right door rule? Hard to say. Since she ends up trapped by them anyways. Hard to say. That may have been total BS. Let's see if I got this super chat that I missed here. Oh, wait, I can do a thing now. Tyler, praise Garth. Also, do you think a specific song or tune must be played through the horn to bring the wall down? So I do think that, and isn't this a cool feature? So I do think that Dragonbinder doesn't call a comet every time you blow it. It's already been blown twice. One that Kingsmoot, well, Victarion's about to blow it. I think that it's got to be blown a special way or by a special person or at a special time to call the comet. I'm not sure what that is. I think that when Dany blows it, it might happen. Because she's Nissa Nissa, so it would really make sense. I don't think she'll understand that that's what's happening. But that is what will happen, I think. So Euron could be involved in that. Okay, so they showed Dany the future. They're doing illusion, magical digestion, and starry magic. It's a little bit speculative, but I think they could be people that can mess with the stars. They give Dany a vision of fake Undying, who said that they sent the comet to show her the way, which is another clue that the comet is called by magicians at all, not necessarily by the warlocks, but, by magicians. So maybe they have some starry magic. That's really just speculative, but practitioners, obviously Pyat Pri, Crow's Eye, and Aaron Damphair non-consensually, because he's now been force-fed a whole bunch of Shade of the Evening, and then Euron is invading his mind. So he is practicing the magic of the Undying against his will. And let me give you some more artwork. I should have changed it earlier. Sorry, this is sold at Nordskin. Yes, the entrance to the House of the Undying is a face that you walk through. So not only does it remind us of Weirwoods, it's really like the Black Gate. Because when you enter the Black Gate, it leads you to the frozen side of the wall, the cold, dead half of the wall. And that's what the House of the Undying is. It represents north of the wall, the Heart of Winter, and the others. So, of course, you got to go through a big face. It's a very strong parallel. This one is by Petri Hiltunen. And here's the dwarf, which only came up to Dany's just above her knee. So it's a really tiny dwarf, which just, again, shows you how weird evolution is. We've got giants 15 feet tall, and we've got dwarves 2 feet tall. So yeah, here's Dany taking the drink and going into the Undying face. Pretty cool artwork. Gnomes, yeah, whatever. Petri Hiltunen is the artist. And then, of course, Mark Simonetti, Palace of Dust. And there's the Undying biting and sucking and trying to feast on Dany. Kind of love how this one looks. And then, of course, Drogon getting ready to uncork the Dracarys. All right. So this is the Magi and the Woods Witches. So this is kind of a similar tradition because, Miriam Azdur is basically a Woods Witch for her people. And all of these Woods Witch Magi, really they're doing a classic role of a medicine woman, a healer, a shaman, lore keeper. All these words kind of mean the same thing. Intercessor to the spirit realm. Typically always tied to healing in ancient cultures. Which shamanism, by the way, guys, by far the oldest religion in the world, practiced in Africa, practiced amongst all the hunter-gatherers in Siberia, practiced by the same people who moved in to the Americas and became the Native Americans, made its way into Norse mythology. Like, shamanism is everywhere. Everywhere. Anyways, Pacific Islanders, native Filipino animus, shamanism. In any case, that's what we see here. So little tribal peoples all over the world that are less civilized, like the wildlings, like the lamb men, they have these traditions of Magi and Woods Witches and things like that. So they're kind of their own It's not really an order, but it's a type of magician that we find all over the world. So they practice alchemy and herb lore. They're mixing, substances which may have magical properties in this world. Doing things like birthing magic. They're definitely using fire magic at times. Seeing visions in the flames. Conjuring small amounts of fire. Skin changing and green seeing in some cases. You think about Hardhome and how they have weirwood traditions and baby sacrifice traditions. Those are probably mediated and orchestrated by the Woods Witches. So blood magic in general, just because we know all magic is blood magic. And probably a bit of necromancy. Speculative. But I mean, Mirri Maz Duur, what does she do with Drogo? It's not quite necromancy. She's turning him into like a zombie. He's dying, and then he's stabilized, but in a vegetable state. I think it's a weird broken skin changer ritual that she did on him, but potentially they could perform some necromancy. So practitioners. I should have put future sight. That's an obvious one. Seeing the future. Precognition. So Mirri Maz Duur, obviously. Maggie the Frog. Oh, shadow magic too. Mirri Maz Duur is definitely dancing with shadows. We even see them. So you can add shadow magic and telepathy or precognition. So Mirri Maz Duur, Maggie the Frog, who took a bit of Cersei's blood from her palm and sucked on it and then told her future. So that's blood magic and precognition. That's also probably the grandmother of Robb's wife, Jane Westerling, mother of Sybil Spicer. The Ghost of the High Heart is basically a woods witch now. People come to her for advice and visions of the future. Alice Rivers is implied as a woods witch, some kind of witch. Mother Mole of the Wildlings is a woods witch. I just put White Tree because there must be woods witches there, again, mediating the sacrifice to the others or to the Weirwoods or whatever's going on. Is there a specific scene or concept from A Song of Ice and Fire that you haven't seen art for? Yeah, there's a few. Somebody just drew the Grey King in the Grey King's Hall as a boat. Just showed it to me today, and I'll be blowing your minds with that very soon. But yeah, there's a few things. If you're asking me because you're an artist, then hit me up on social media so we can talk. There's a lot of stuff. Let's see here. The Dosh Kalin and the Graces. They're more properly magical orders, and I didn't want to give them their own page because there's not a ton to say, but they're basically orders of, Magi and Woods Witches. They're serving that role for their community. It's just a larger community. And the Graces, of course, they are temple priestesses. A slightly different take because they're not out in the open, in the woods. Not woods witches or temple witches, but I put them in the same category. Morna White Mask is a woods witch. She's called a witch warrior, actually. And then Val and Dalla, both are suspect. They have a lot of magical and folkloric knowledge. So I could see them, Dalla dies obviously, but had they gotten older and lived with the wildlings longer, they may have become woods witches. And Val she wears that weirwood brooch, and it's hard to say what's going on with Val. She may be a magician already. And this art here is by, I didn't write it down. I got to go look it up. This one is by Aransta Sesteo, and it's from the calendar. Let me look up this Val artwork, because we always got to credit the artist. Of course, searching Val also pulls up all the Valyrian stuff. That's fun. But yeah, favorite character. What do you guys? A lot of theories about Val being magical. She's got Night's Queen symbolism, so maybe ice magic. This is by Vili Pero. Vili Pero. So that's Val there. Val versus Satin for John's affection. A brooch is often worn over your heart. Oh, interesting point. Yeah. You keep saying witch, but I'm pretty sure it's pronounced wife. Good. Fair. Fair enough. So, let's see. Val, Dalla, Morna, White Mask. Okay, so there was a woods witch who offered to raise an army from the dead for Mern the Third Gardener against the Andals. And of course, Mern Gardener is a Gardener king. It's post Oakenseat, but he's still a green man figure. And so, yeah, woods witch offering to raise an army from the dead. I think that's why I put necromancy. I don't think she ever did it, but the fact she offered means that maybe she could. And there was somebody called the Green Queen who challenged the rule of Durwald Durrandon. So probably she was coming from the Rainwood. Not sure if she was a Green Seer woman, Child of the Forest woman, just a woods witch. Interesting character, though. Yeah, Maggie probably is a corrupted form of Magi, hence Maggie the Frog being a Magi. That's the... Thanks. Yeah, I should have mentioned that. Okay, so... Yeah. Next up, Valyrian Fire Mages. Their purpose, of course, the glory of the Valyrian freehold at all times. Banking the fires of the 14 flames. That's how you live on volcanoes for 5,000 years with no issues. And it's pretty much said that they're using sorcery to keep the volcanic fires at equilibrium, and it's implied that those fires are sources of magic. So the dragons. Obviously, Valyrian mages are in charge of developing magic and knowledge having to do with dragons. Everything about them, bonding, breeding, riding. The Valyrian mages are going to be prophecy keeping and lore keeping, as well as having prophecies. They are going to be involved in the forging of Valyrian steel, the making of glass candles, and the use of glass candles, and potentially even magical botany. There's a weird little behind-the-scenes House of the Dragon world-building bit about Valyrian sorcerers keeping magical plants in their gardens. And I really can't say too much more about that, but they may have been doing some magical botany. So, yeah, many purposes for Valyria. Let's see here. Oh, gosh. Okay. Kirsty is asking via PayPal. Brynden Rivers set sail for the Wall late in the year of 233 AC. I saw this yesterday on the Interesting Nerd Club stream. The reader never thinks, assumes, or questions whether his ship gets intercepted. We have no reason to. So why did George feel the need to put that sentence? What sentence? Oh, you're saying no one intercepted his ship. Oh, it was in there because they had just talked about how one of the Blackfire Kings had been sent to the Wall, and his ship was intercepted. It was Bracken. Bittersteel was sent to the Wall. His ship was intercepted, and he was set free. So then right after that, they're writing about Bloodraven being sent to the Wall and saying no one intercepted his ship. So no, I do not think he was skin changed on the way to the Wall by a faceless man. Definitely not. Definitely not. Kelly Johnson, do you think John will end up with Val when his relationship with Dany doesn't work out? No. I do not think John, there will not be happy endings of that sort. I think John will be new cold hands. And I think him and Dany will work out to the extent that it is a thing. Do you think the Faceless Men had help from both disgruntled Valyrians and even R'hllor sects to be able to coordinate their strike? Potentially, if the R'hllor were around at that time, which they probably were. But yeah, of course, I mean, I have the whole Faceless Men theory about Aenar Targaryen. So yeah. Makes sense that he might have worked with R'hllor, since the R'hllor are usually slaves. So the Valyrian fire mages are using fire magic, obviously. Not only banking those volcanoes, they're making steel, candles. I mean, it's all blood and fire, right? They're using dragon magic. Again, bonding, control, and breeding of dragons. The dragon horns come from Valyria, so they're making those, potentially using them. Valyrian steel, forging it. They're making armor, swords, who knows what else. Rune magic. We see the runes on the Valyrian steel armor, and there could be runes on the swords, just like Elric's rune swords. And, of course, human-animal hybrid magic on Gagassos. They were doing the icky. Doing very icky things there. Breeding captive slave women to animals and drawing forth human-animal hybrids. And so Thorios is teeming with weird human-animal hybrids, which may date back to the Bloodstone Emperor or something like that. So, practitioners of Valyrian fire magic that we see in the story, obviously the Valyrians. Daenerys, obviously waking the dragons and having dragon dreams. Quaithe, using the glass candle. Urathon Nightwalker, who's obviously Euron, using glass candles. Euron Crow's Eye, that's same guy, but besides the glass candles, he's got the dragon horn. And then Victarion has a fire hand, which was done by a R'hllorist, but oh, no, I was saying that Victarion has the horn. That was my point. But he also has a fire hand, too. Then there's Marwyn the Mage using the glass candle. And there's Dany's the Dreamer. I think Aegon and Visenya had glass candles. I think that's part of the Dornish letter mystery. And Visenya was just a sorceress in general. Rhaegar potentially was somebody that might have been practicing sorcery. Egg, as in Aegon the Fourth, he was trying to do everything. Kirsty, it's written with no one because it's the first word in the sentence. I don't know what to say about that. And there's no other evidence to support it. And it doesn't make sense for Bloodraven to be a faceless man. It doesn't make any sense. He's Bloodraven. The question is, how much of Bloodraven is left? And when Bran sees the three-eyed crow, is that the Weirwood net or just Brynden Rivers? But no, he's not a faceless man. It just doesn't make any sense for the story. And also, George said that before he invented the character of Bloodraven, he had this idea that the Green Seer was going to be a Targaryen. So it's always been important that the three-eyed crow is a Targaryen before he even had a name. So I think Rhaegar and Aegon, as an egg, might have been practicing some kind of sorcery beyond just dragon dreams. And then obviously Bloodraven. Who knows what kind of magic he's practicing. So this Valyria artwork is by Ted Nasmith. This is by Unam et Solam. And of course, I do think Dany is going to be using a glass candle. Marwyn the Mage will be bringing her one. Check out Glass Candle Sorceress for that theory. And here is that Valyrian steel armor, as drawn by Christina Calliday. And yeah, you can't really see the runes in there. It's just kind of swirly marks, but there is rune engraven into this Valyrian steel armor. I just love how draconic it looks. Very cool looking artwork. And here's that Dany again. All right, guys, let me take a break. I need to hit the restroom real quick. I'll be right back with you. Don't go anywhere. Got a little hungry. Sorry, guys. Snuck in a couple bites there. My trusty kind bar. All right. So that is the Valyrian Fire Mages. Next up, Bloodraven. Sticking with the fiery theme, we've got Pyromancers. The Pyromancers, they are literally a magical order. It's unclear how long they've existed. They're a magical order in King's Landing right now, but there's references to Pyromancers in like the Dawn Age history about the High Towers, how they were alchemists and demon hunters and pyromancers, this and that. I think it's in that section or potentially somewhere else, but like there's references to pyromancers having existed. So that could just be a general term for anyone practicing fire magic at times, but it is also a specific order in King's Landing. They are the ones who make the wildfire, of course. And they also made Summerhall, as you can see here. Nice going. Possibly not all their fault. We don't know what Egg was doing. Was Bloodraven tinkering? Who knows? But Wildfire was definitely involved in the Summerhall disaster. This is Mark Simonetti. Here is Joshua Kairos, the Pyromancers, in their cold chambers. I do like all the thought that goes into the Pyromancers' chambers, like how they have the sand traps above all the rooms so that if a fire gets out of control, the sand will put it out. And it's cold, and the way they handle everything, and like the way they're like obsessively devoted to it. Like, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Very cool cultural artifact, the Pyromancers. We should read that Tyrion scene sometime. So, creating and maintaining the substance, as they call it. Propping up the dragonless Targaryen dynasty is one of their jobs after there's no more dragons. That's why Aerys got so into them. One of the reasons. Blowing things up, obviously, like Summerhall. Secreting explosives all over King's Landing. That's something that they do. You know, just in case we need to blow up King's Landing accidentally in the future. Building war engines. Aegon the Fourth, I think it was Aegon the Unworthy. I wrote fourth there, but I'm not sure if that's right. Burned the Kingswood with these war engines that were supposed to... They're wooden dragons that spit wildfire. And that did not go well. Pyromancers made them, though. Dany is a pyromancer. I like that. That's a good handle. Pyromancer. That's good. That's good wordplay. So magics and talismans, mostly that, you know, the substance, which is made through alchemy, and it's a magical version of Greek fire, which is actually kind of mysterious. I don't think we can. Where's Anu in the chat when I need him? I don't think we can recreate Greek fire exactly. Because chemistry is weird like that. Sometimes you can discover a combination, and then that knowledge of that combination gets lost, and then no one stumbles upon it again. Doesn't mean it's magic. Chemistry is just weird like that. The recipe is lost, yes. That's what I thought. Cool. Yeah. Chat is backing me up. So that's either true or it's a thing that's false that a lot of people think is true. So, truthy. Yeah, no. We don't know. Okay, yes. So we've got napalm is thought to be similar, but not exactly the same. And also a war crime. Okay, so fire magic. The making of the wildfire does not appear to be entirely chemistry. It is hard to say, but it does respond to fire magic. So, for example, with Dany's dragons born back into the world, the pyromancers say their spells have gained strength. And it's implied that, like, they're an order that used to have more magic than they do now. And so now they use trickery and alchemy, but originally there was more magic. So the fact that the wildfire is easier to make because the dragons exist shows you there's some part of the process that is magical. So theoretically, that would be fire magic. And then dragon eggs. I tried to use the pyromancers to hatch the eggs. It did not work. But could the pyromancers have some knowledge of hatching dragons, or could it be used to hatch dragons? Potentially. Could it be used to explode dragon eggs like a bomb? That seems to be more likely. See, Brian asks, do you think Mance could be Aemon's son? Do you think Darkstar could be a Targaryen? No. Darkstar looks like a dragon lord because the Danes have a shared common ancestor with the Targaryens. And that would be the Great Empire of the Dawn. But George has clarified that Targaryens have not married into House Dayne. So that is not why Ashara has purple eyes, etc. Danes have married into Targaryen, but not the other way around. So no, Darkstar is not a Targaryen or a Blackfire. And I think Mance Rayder is Mance Rayder. I don't think he's anybody's son. Aemon's son could be Craster, though, and maybe that's what you're thinking of. Craster is fathered by a mysterious Night's Watchman. So that could be Aemond or Bloodraven. Craster, as a Night's King figure, should be a Dragon Lord. That's why he's a shepherd. Because the Valyrians are shepherds. He's an incest-practicing shepherd. So he's coded as a Valyrian. And I think, in fact, he might be Aemond or Bloodraven's son. I would say probably. Sorry, mute. Sorry, thanks, guys. That was my fault, not your fault. So I was just saying, we can't talk about pyromancers without showing King Ares. And so here's King Ares. Yep, the icons are always good. All right, I'll wait for y'all to catch up. So King Ares obviously using wildfire to prop up his lack of dragons, prop up the dynasty. Fire is the champion of House Targaryen. You know the drill. Yeah. Some people are a couple minutes behind. That's okay. I appreciate everybody trying because it takes me a second to notice sometimes. So yeah, Mark Simonetti. This is Javier Bahamonde and Shark's Den here. And then this was Joshua Kairos. So those are our wildfire practitioners. Or at least those are our artworks. The practitioners include Lord Hand Rossert, that's Ares' hand. Wisdom Garrigus and Wisdom Bellis are the ones that also helped Rossert. And they were, again, hiding wildfire all over the city. I'm sure that's not going to come back around. Wisdom Haleen, as played by Roy Dotrice on the TV show, rest in peace. He is the one that Tyrion meets. Let's see. There are alchemists. Okay, so there are alchemists in the citadel of Paramore Hightower. Because remember, the Pyromancers are actually called the Guild of Alchemists. So that's what it is. It's not that there's pyromancers amongst the early Hightowers. It's alchemists. So alchemists could mean pyromancers, or could mean anybody who's playing with potions and things like that. Unclear, especially with the Dawn Age, historical reference there. But I did want to mention the thing that's interesting about Paramore Hightower. He is the brother of Uthor Hightower, or the son. I forget which. I think brother. Paramore the Twisted. He's implied as being crippled and not living too long, so he might have been part Child of the Forest. But he organized what became the Citadel. He gathered knowledgeable people and magicians and alchemists and children of the forest all together and wanted to learn and study things. And that became the Citadel. His brother Uthor created the Citadel after Paramore died, so that all of his, it was called Paramore's Pets, but just, you get the idea, he's collecting eccentric people and hedge wizards and whoever else to give them a home and a place to live and carry on their studies. And that became the Citadel. So the Citadel's origins are actually very magical, even though they're now very science-leaning and sort of anti-magical. But that's why they have a rod and ring and mask made of Valyrian steel, which is worn by the Archmaester of the Higher Mysteries, which is magic. So they still have an Archmaester of magic and a way for studying magic. They're just skeptical and cautious of it. So it's interesting how they've changed over time. Thoros of Myr he's using wildfire to light his sword on fire. So that's kind of, he's actually using it. He's not like Tyrion and Cersei and Aerys are not using it. They are commanding pyromancers to use it. Thoros actually lights his own blade, so he's handling wildfire. So that's why he's in a different category there. And then Melisandre also handles wildfire and the Lightbringer ritual. That's how she lights his sword. So, yeah, that's the Pyromancers. We shall keep it moving. Staying fiery, though. The R'hllorists. This is R'hllor himself. Cast your eyes. Feast your eyes. Or avert your eyes. This is by Latino Com R. I double-checked. That's definitely the name of the artist on DeviantArt. Latino Com R. You might think I copied the name of a website or something as the artist. That's the name. And this artwork is tremendous. You can even see the runes on the forehead. I dig that. The burning heart, such as I have here. So the purpose of the R'hllorists, exploring and developing fire magic as far as possible in every sense. That seems to be the main mission. They are evangelists. They do convert people. They are watching for Azor Ahai's rebirth, very obviously, both Mel and Benero. And then, they're supposed to become Azor Ahai's army. They have 1,000 soldiers with fiery spears here, as drawn by Urtach Altanaz. There's Melisandre with some of the fiery hand. There's always 1,000. And yeah, they are ready to become Azor Ahai's infantry. Spearmen. His pike army. So Their magics and talismans, fire conjuration. Obviously, they literally do conjure fire magic. Melisandre and Beric both do it. They have precognition. They see the future. They do telepathy through the flames. And they're doing astral projection, essentially, all through the flames. Illusion and glamours. They're light weaving with the aid of gemstones. We see Melisandre do that. We don't see anyone else do it. But if she can do it, other people can. Thanks, Ian. Welcome to Squisher. They're doing fiery resurrection, which I actually think is shadowbinding, but we'll talk about that in a minute. And Thoros and the Last Kiss. So the Last Kiss is a R'hllorist ritual that's always given to the dead. They breathe a little bit of fire, again, fire conjuration, into the lungs of the deceased to purify them. But with Beric, it resurrects him. And that tells you that originally, this was a resurrection ritual. And after it stopped resurrecting people, it was carried on as a cargo cult thing where they forgot the meaning and they just did it to dead people. But now it's raising the dead again. Maybe it's because it's in Westeros and the dragons are back. Kelly Johnson asks, do you have yet to mention the great Targaryen sorcerer Aerion Brightflame? Oh yeah, he handled wildfire too. Is it because you consider his ritual to transform into a dragon using wildfire to be a total failure? Yeah, it does seem to have failed since he, checks notes, died and did not turn into a dragon. But he did handle wildfire, so yeah, I should have put him on there. You're right. That was great. The great Targaryen sorcerer, Aerion Brightflame. That made me guffaw on the inside. Ian, with the gifted memberships. Thank you, Ian. And welcome, devoted to Mariah, Terra Incognita, Mommy of Kittens, Brian Murphy, and Robert Gurney. Very cool. And they're doing fiery resurrection, and they're also doing physical transformation. Melisandre is turning into a fire other who doesn't need to eat or sleep and is sustained by R'hllor, and Victarion gets a whole fire hand. Here is Melisandre by Waldemar Pietka. There's so much good. I spent 20 minutes making myself pick like one Melisandre art, but this is probably my favorite. She's beautiful, but also kind of distant, a little bit unnerving, but you can still feel a little bit of sympathy for the slave girl that was, and the fact that she's dedicating herself, literally giving her whole physical self to this idea of saving the world. But she's turned into some dark places as well. So George loved to say that she's misunderstood. She's a very complex character, and I feel like this one captures it. So Waldemar Pietka is the artist. Very, very cool. So Thoros is practicing the last kiss. I think I've got some Thoros art. Well, I've got Beric art. Close enough. Because Thoros, of course, is the one who resurrects Beric. So he gives the last kiss. He's very surprised that it does this. He does not expect it to do what it does, but it does it. So there you go. And now Beric can light his own sword on fire, as I mentioned, which seems useful if you're fighting the others. I don't know, to be a fire wight. I'm just saying. So Beric, resurrected 6 times. He's animated by R'hllor. Coming soon to a Jon Snow near you. Melisandre, she was sold to the temple as a child, again. And as I mentioned earlier, her studying in Asshai is not something she did on her own. That would be her being sent to Asshai by the Red Temple to study there, at the Red Temple in Asshai, with a couple of, little exchange student program with the Shadowbinders. What is the substance the Unsullied take to basically lose their identity and become more zombie-like? It's a weird concoction made of all kinds of weird stuff. I can't remember all the ingredients. Nightshade is in there. It's not Shade of the Evening, it's Nightshade. Probably is what you're thinking of. So Mokoro, he was lost at sea for 10 days. So he's implied as being a little bit inhuman. Also, his skin is not a very, very dark brown, but literally black. Victarion thinks it's burnt black. That could be Tyrion being racist, or it could be that underneath Mel's glamour, she's barbecued like Moqorro. And I kind of think that's what's going on, is that... and this may be something that George wouldn't have done in modern George. I don't know if anybody thinks it's slightly distasteful. I get that. But nevertheless, yeah, I do think Moqorro's skin is magically black. And that Melisandre probably looks that way underneath. Because, yeah, cinder black. It's like using fire magic. It's literally, she says it's searing and transforming her. Her blood is black when it bleeds. Multiple times that's referenced. So, Moqorro's actually a little white girl. Oh, what's that? Oh, yeah. I'll just laugh and move on. Yeah, so anyways. Oh yeah, the basilisk blood is in that unsullied concoction. You're right. So Moqorro is a very powerful sorcerer. He also does seem to be using wildfire. His cane spits green fire. So it seems to be wildfire controlled by magic. Again, more evidence that wildfire is magical. And Moqorro's ability to survive at sea says that he's fairly much powered by R'hllor, and he knows the secrets of the dragon horn and can see the future, so he's a very powerful R'hllorist. Benero is the high priest of R'hllor. This is drawn by Atlantis Morissette. And he is Team Dany. He, of course, does the moon disaster charades. He points at the moon and makes a fist, and then explodes his fist in fire. Flames leaping from his fingers. It seems like he's talking to the crowd about the moon disaster. He's either the old one or the prophesying that one's going to come. And he's talking about Dany and doom and darkness all at the same time. So it's quite the cocktail, quite the sermon that Benero gives. And he's ready to basically lead all the R'hllorists in support of Dany and in revolt. Oh, sorry, guys. It was I don't know if my mic volume was down a little bit low, but it should be better now. So he's potentially ready to lead all the entire, like all the R'hllorists in Volantis and everywhere to become, again, Dany's army. And I just mentioned Victarion. He's got that fiery hand. It's not in this image, but of course Moqorro gave it to him. It's very interesting. His hand, like, it was infected, and it's now been healed and made stronger, but it's charred and barbecued. So it just shows you, like, there's a couple different ways that R'hllorism can be used to create a physical transformation. Simply by using fire magic, Melisandre and probably Moqorro are transforming their physical bodies, the entire thing. But in one little magical ceremony, Moqorro created Victarion's fire hand. So it just shows you they have multiple ways of altering physiology. Aryan Bright Flame, the great Valyrian sorcerer. That was sweet. Okay, and then Jon Snow and Daenerys. They could be wielding R'hllorist magic. Daenerys, in particular, is who the R'hllorists think is the chosen one. So there could be some interaction there. Jon, maybe less so. All right. Let's move along. What comes after R'hllorys? Well, Shadowbinders. 7 blessings from Stebo. Can't wait for the new Ironborn vid. Yeah, we're going to do, by the way, for patrons and YouTube squishers, we're going to announce the day exactly through all the channels and stuff. But we're going to do a live taping of the next Ironborn video. I'm going to do a live stream with visual aids, but in this unlisted live stream that only the patrons and YouTube channel members will have access to. And then I'll take that and edit it a bit and then put it on the produced video side. It's going to be a hella stream. I've got some really new stuff for you. Even more than what I've blabbed out over the last few weeks here and there. Yeah, if it works, I'm going to start doing live tapings more often so that I can give my channel members, squishers, a little something something, and my patrons. Okay, so this artwork on the top is by Jovan Delic. That's Asshai, and you can see the Shadowbinder down in the corner. And then on the bottom, this is by Sven Sauer. And this is the Quave mask from the show, which is very cool. It's a bunch of Shadowbinders, creepy looking, eyes wide shut looking people. And yeah, I'm talking about the Cult of Starry Wisdom and the Shadowbinders in one breath. They are different, but it's unclear how much. Quaid is a Shadowbinder and very obviously a Cult of Starry Wisdom member. Marwyn the Mage seems like a Cult of Starry Wisdom member, but probably not a Shadowbinder, but we don't know. He's been to Asshai and studied stuff, so we don't know what Marwyn can do. He can obviously use a glass candle, and he's called Marwyn the Mage, so don't sell him short. But yeah, they're both based in Asshai. Cult of Starry Wisdom does have a scrying tower in Braavos that Arya sees, so they do have temples in places. It's said that the Starry Wisdom cult has temples in most port cities because it's a sailor's religion. It's based on astronomy and astrology. So Old Town is definitely implied to have Starry Wisdom cult temples, and that's why it says Marwyn visits queer dockside temples, fishermen's temples. It's going to be some Starry Wisdom cult action. Something is... I'll explain why Thoros is in this, because he's doing shadow binding. But I'll get there. Because this is Shadowbinders and Starry Wisdom cultists. So, I think it's just Marwyn and Quave that are Starry Wisdom cultists. And I'm very sure that they both are. That is my opinion. So what is their purpose? Loving the shadow. So remember, when Euron's at the Kingsmoot, and he's talking about Asshai this and Asshai that, someone yells out, if you love the shadow so much, why don't you go back there? So loving the shadow so much. That's part of their job. Cultivating an air of mystery and speaking in riddles. That's what Quaid is doing. So it must be part of their job. Studying the arts of life and death. That's kind of what they're really doing with all this shadow binding. Ways to separate the spirit and the body. And they're able to go in these toxic places like Stygiai, where other people cannot. And drink from the river Ash, where other people cannot. So they're doing, they're carrying out the Bloodstone Emperor's 10,000-year plan, maybe. The Cult of Starry Wisdom. It was started by the Bloodstone Emperor, supposedly. I don't know how much that really means. And, of course, petting the space rock that surely lies in the heart of the shadow in Stygiai. Yeah, why don't you marry the shadow? Bad news. Bad news. I think Euron did marry the shadow. So the magic and talismans of the Shadowbinders and the Starry Wisdom cultists, obviously glass candles is the big one. So they're using it for astral projection. It also requires fire conjuration, and it enables precognition, future sight. Psychic tracking. Quaid touched Dany on the wrist, and it tingled afterwards. So that was implied as a magic touch. Yes, the chat is stuck. Hang on. Not again. This is the first time it's happened today. Quaid touched her with the 2 fingers, and then after that is when she starts getting the Quaid dreams for sure. So it seems like maybe that was a psychic tracking device type magic. That's what I think. So then we've got physical transformation, because again, the Shadowbinders can go to Stygiai and drink from the river Ash, and they wear masks. So what do they look like out of the mask? You know, what you hiding there? Probably some level of physical transformation. Resurrection. All resurrection is shadow binding, as we can see it. Especially the ice and fire resurrections. The corpses, they're puppeting. They're being puppeted. The blood isn't flowing. They're not coming back to life. It's a corpse that's just being piloted and puppeted. And the spirit of Beric or Catelyn is somehow in charge of the puppeting, but they're not really resurrected. So it's some part of their ghost or shadow that literally has been bound to their corpse. So I would argue that especially the R'hllorist resurrection is shadow binding. When I talked about this in the Mel's Secrets series, I don't see how it isn't. So here is Enrique Murguia. This is Stygi. Well, it's Asshai and Stygi, I guess. It's going into the heart of the shadow. So you see some R'hllorists being led by somebody with a torch. And the statues of the Great Empire of the Dawn Emperors up there in Orly Blackstone. Love that. This is Quaithe by Christina Carroll, rather. It's used on the title image. Very cool. And, of course, Quaithe is mostly important because she's tied to Dany. She is giving Dany cryptic advice, which she might be able to do more of once Dany has a candle. It's pretty obvious that Quaithe wants Dany to become a dragon lord, to fight the others. She's talking about, to go north, you must go south. And to reach the light, you must pass beneath the shadow. So it's like you got to go north and reach the light because it'll be the long night. You know what I mean? So like, yeah, I think people misunderstand that bit at the end of A Dance with Dragons where Quaithe is telling Dany, remember who you are, you're the dragon. It's like, well, Quaithe isn't intending for Dany to reconquer Westeros. That's not her agenda. Her agenda's, magical. So this artwork is by Slavic Starks. And it is great symbolically. And of course, this is Dany in the pool on top of the Pyramid of Meereen when she has one of her Quaithe visions. And like I said, founded by the Bloodstone Emperor. This is not the Bloodstone Emperor. This is artwork from a video game called Lineage 2, but it's been our Bloodstone Emperor for years. Very strong Bloodstone Emperor vibes. The throne even looks like oily stone on the bottom and kind of like a tree on top. And there's the ghostly chains. It's pretty sick. I wish I knew the artist, but it's from Lineage 2. So the practitioners, like I said, Quaithe, obvious. Marwyn the Mage, obvious. Melisandre is called a Shadowbinder, and we see her doing both the Shadow Baby birthing. We only see her do the Shadow Baby birthing. We will see her do Resurrection, which is also going to be Shadowbinding for Jon. Then we've got Thoros, who is, again, doing Resurrections, which I think is Shadowbinding. And Night's Queen is also Shadowbinding because she is taking the seed and soul of Night's King and making white shadows like the others. And it's just an inverted version of what Melisandre is doing to make the Shadow Babies. So, yes, exactly right. Since there's no 5-year gap, Dany using glass candles to visit Asshai will be instead of her going to Asshai as Martin originally had planned. Did Euron really go to Valyria or is he lying? I think he did. I think that's kind of the point of his character, is that he really is that terrifying. And there's no magic that he will shy away from. So yeah, I think he has. All right. That's our Shadowbinders. Hoo boy. Drowned Priest time. Oh, there's our text. So this artwork is by Jeremy Parker. Ooh, I might have to switch to standing. I think we've reached that point. Yep. We'll just modify this. I just need one more book to make this monitor higher. 1 second, guys. Need to get kinetic. There we go. There we go. Hear ye. And I'll just put the screen higher a bit. There we go. Yeah, now we're cooking with gas in the grill. Get my standing mat. All right. Lucifer means leg stretcher. Yep, we got to. I did this on one of my other iceberg streams, and I used to always stream like this, so no worries. Okay, so the drowned priests speak the will of the drowned god, and as we talked about on the Aeron Damphair stream recently, this is a literal thing. Aeron seems to have been drowned, like Patchface. And Patchface clearly has some sort of psychic portal to where he is receiving visions of the future through the medium of the water under the sea. He's looking under the sea and he sees things like the Red Wedding, but translated in fishy language, as well as references to the others and all kinds of things. So yeah, I don't want to go over the whole theory again. But it does seem that Aeron was drowned. His whole personality changed. And then is completely fanatical about the drowned god. And we read the Aeron chapter. And if you just replace drowned god with deep ones, pretty much tells the whole story. He is speaking with the voice of the deep ones on the earth. And so essentially we can see that the drowning ritual that's been going on the Iron Islands for centuries and centuries is probably a tool that the Deep Ones use to steer Ironborn culture so that they keep drowning people and giving babies and victims and whatever else to the sea, which means to the Deep Ones, to either breed with or eat, just as Nimbledick says. So, speaking the will of the drowned god means speaking the will of Deep Ones. And that is the purpose of the drowned priests. So they practice ritual drowning, obviously, but this is just going to be a memory of the patch facing, right? Whatever happened to Patchface is a real water resurrection that gives him real magical abilities and altered life existence. So this would have been the thing that the Ironborn were doing originally that eventually became, this again, a cargo cult-like practice where they don't remember why they're doing what they're doing, but they just know that it's important to drown people. The children of thralls can be made full Ironborn and not thralls, but they have to be given to the drowned god too. So there's a lot of Ironborn cultural practices that end up with people being drowned, either in a ritual or executed drowned. So either way, the Deep Ones have a steady supply. Did I just say Nimbledick? Yeah, Nimbledick Crab is a character in the story. What do you think we're talking about? Okay, so they hold kingsmoots, obviously, to appoint kings. That's their main cultural duty. The kingsmoot is a quasi-democratic, where all the captains and kings gather together and they choose. And in fact, the passage in The World of Ice and Fire implies that they don't just choose the High King of the Ironborn, but back in the days when they had one Salt King and one Rock King on each island, they would hold a kingsmoot to select the new Rock or Salt King from any island. So it implies that the other Ironborn had a say in who rules each island, which is very interesting. It's unclear, though. So. All right. So let's see. Oh, yeah. Do not comb your hair. That's important. Aeron he hasn't combed his hair or cut it since he was drowned. So that's obviously part of it. Magics and talismans. They're doing a water resurrection. Obviously, the patch facing. They're doing telepathy because now the Deep Ones own Aeron's subconscious and Patchface's subconscious. They suggest things to him. Precognition. Patchface in particular is seeing a lot of visions of the future. Aeron doesn't sleep. He stays up all night a couple of times. So I'm wondering if maybe his physiology has been altered a little bit. Hard to say. It's kind of like Ned with the not feeling the cold. Do the Starks have mild cold resistance? Because they're the blood of the other? Maybe. I don't know. Naga's bones. Aeron says he can feel the magic of the place, which really introduces a big question I've been thinking about a lot lately, which is, does petrified weirwood have magical properties still? Not even petrified weirwood, just cut weirwood. Because we see a number of cut weirwood artifacts. There's weirwood thrones in the Eyrie. The high priest of the faith has a weirwood staff topped with a crystal orb. Galen Whitestaff of the Ironborn had a weirwood staff. There's a weirwood shield in the Lord Commander's chamber in the Faith of the Seven. House of Black and White has weirwood doors and chairs. These are all cut weirwood objects. Morna White Mask has a weirwood mask. Val has a weirwood brooch. So, what do you guys think? Does cut weirwood, does it retain any magical properties? I'm starting to think that it does. And that's all I'm going to say for now. Oh, the weirwood arrows. Great point, Tomei. That's right. If weirwood arrows can kill a dragon, as is rumored, then yes, cut weirwood does retain magic. And otherwise, weirwood boats wouldn't work. Well, this is about the weirwood boat, Mike. Because one of the big problems with the weirwood boat, and I'll go ahead and just get into this real quick. Crowfood's daughter thinks that Grey King is a weirwood hater because he's cutting down the demon tree egg, and cutting down weirwoods is bad. And the Ironborn hate weirwoods. And the Ironborn symbolism is generally death and reaper symbolism, as opposed to the Garth Green Man fertility symbolism. However, Grey King doesn't fit the reaper stuff. He has tons of children, and he unifies the Ironborn. He's not recorded as killing anyone. And he's sitting on a weirwood throne. So he sounds more like a very fertile Garth figure who's fathering a nation, not a pirate who murders people and steals things. So he's a different figure, and I'll talk about this in the next Ironborn video. But the conundrum is that he is said to possess the fire of Naga the sea dragon. And one part of the Naga myth refers to these weirwood ribs, which is a flipped over boat hull. Okay? So if he's possessing the fire of Naga, but Naga's weirwood, then that means he's possessing the Green Seer magic. Same thing for the burning tree myth. The storm god sets the tree ablaze, and it burns. And that is how Grey King brings fire to the earth. So he's possessing the magical fire of this burning tree. And the weirwoods are described as burning trees. It's kind of like Moses' burning bush. They impart the fire of the gods to mankind, right? So if Grey King is possessing the fire of two different weirwood symbols, and he's sitting on a weirwood throne, that means he's a Green Seer. He's using the Green Seer magic. Okay, he's not just he's sitting in a dead weirwood throne in mockery of the Green Seers or something. Okay, so what is the weirwood boat? It's obviously a long-range vessel, which implies that weirwoods are in Asshai or somewhere, and that Grey King sailed that boat across the Sunset Sea to the Iron Islands. So why is he cutting down weirwoods and making a boat out of them if he's a Green Seer? Well, what if yes, it's very Noah's Ark-like. What if he tried to replant those weirwoods? Like when he flipped the boat hull over and stuck it on the ground, it's kind of like planting 44 trees at once. And all of those ribs are made out of tree trunks. So how do you replant a weirwood or get it to take root? Well, obviously you give it blood. So if he flipped the boat hull over and watered the ribs with blood, perhaps they would become active Weirwood again. I don't know if they would sprout branches and stuff, and I mean, they might. They certainly might. And you think of the story of the Vale of Arryn up in the Eyrie. It says they tried to get Weirwoods to take root, and they brought soil up, but the Weirwoods wouldn't take root. So I don't know if they're trying to transplant a small Weirwood or if that's a cutting or how you do that. But whatever they did, it didn't work. And the reason why is because they didn't use blood magic and sorcery, obviously. But the idea of transplanting a Weirwood is there. So I think maybe the Weirwood Ark, like Noah's Ark, he put in all like seeds from every plant and 2 of every animal. So it's like a time capsule to restart humanity. So what if the purpose of the Weirwood boat is to save some of the last Weirwood trees from Asshai? You know, it's long night has fallen, everything's being corrupted, they're turning into shade trees. And so he takes the last Weirwoods and turns them into a boat, sails it to Westeros, flips it over, and waters it with blood and becomes a green seer here. Remember, Urathon Greyiron, when he ended the Kingsmoots, he killed 13 kings and 50 drowned priests on Naga's Hill, and it says that Naga's ribs ran red with blood. So George is giving us a parallel scene with an Ironborn king who's a gray iron, so a gray king, watering the Weirwoods with blood. So this is a new theory of mine. Like, how is he both cutting down Weirwoods to make a boat and also a green seer? Well, maybe that cutting down the trees and making a boat is actually a part of like carrying. It's also a Nimloth thing, like Lord of the Rings. The Númenóreans took a cutting from the sacred white tree in Númenor and brought it to Gondor and planted a new white tree. So Elendil did that. So I think there's something similar here. And that's why I said the green men may have brought the Weirwoods to Westeros in the first place. Anyways, drowned priests. Let's get back to the outline here. I want to give y'all some... I really appreciate you sticking with me so long. Like, how long are we into this live stream? We're just about 3 hours in. Still got 500 people. So yeah, I'm pulling out all the stops, trying to give you extra stuff, new theories. And of course, you know, when I throw out a new theory like this, you can expect that I'll be following it up in future videos with the detailed, you know, support and all that. So, all right. Don't comb your hair. Resurrect people. Get telepathic ideas from the deep ones. Occasionally see the future under the sea. And then, yes, Naga's bones. Are they still magically active? Were they once magically active? I don't know. But Aeron says he can feel the magic of this place. And, of course, originally, there was Weirwood magic here. So, thank you, chat. Thank you. Appreciate the love. Appreciate y'all. Yeah, I'm definitely in the camp that thinks Arthur Dayne is way too recognizable to be hidden at the wall, as I've said many times. So practitioners of the drowned god, of the Deep One cult, really. Obviously, Aeron Greyjoy, Galen Whitestaff, Lodos the twice drowned. He's an interesting one. He came out of the sea during the day of Aegon the Conqueror after Black Heron died. He claimed to be the son of the drowned god. Very Jesus-like. And he told the Ironborn that he would, and he was crowned as a king. So this is the only drowned priest that's been crowned as a king. It's very interesting. It could be some Grey King parallels here. Claims to be the son of the drowned god. He's crowned. Lodos means mud. It's like a mixture of water and dirt. So basically mud, the drowned prophet. He claimed to be the son of the drowned god. And then he said that he was going to summon krakens from the deeps to drown the Targaryen fleet. Did not happen. And so then he he weighed himself down with stones and walked into the sea to take counsel with the drowned god. Hundreds of his followers did the same thing. And their bodies washed ashore for weeks, except for Lodos. His body was never found. And years later, during the reign of King Aenys, Lodos II emerged on the Iron Islands and claimed to be Lodos the prophet come back from the sea. And he was put down. His little rebellion was put down. But yeah, some interesting stuff. Oh, there's a Lodos in Marvel Comics who only speaks in haikus. Oh, that's so interesting. Because we were saying the way that Aaron speaks is very like disassociative. It's very free jam poetry kind of. I wonder if any of them are accidental haikus. That'd be funny. All right, guys, I think I'm going to go get Cleo. She's having an absolute fit, and I'm kind of tired of it. So I'll give you the quick music break and get Cleo, and I'll be right back. Thanks for bearing with me. Look at the bird. Oh, is that something you want? You want this nut? Okay, girl, come here. Come here, good girl. Here you go, Cleo. All right, guys, thanks. Thanks for bearing with me as I still do life stuff. More memberships. Thank you, Nerdo. Appreciate you. Oh, all right. So where were we? Drowned Priests, Deep One Puppets, Deep One's Cult, Lodos the Twice Drowned, Patchface we've already talked about. And there are, okay, so the Deep One's Cult is not just confined to the Iron Islands. Clearly the Iron Islands, there's a Weirwood on which, what do you mean, like a bird poop? No. I'm good. Okay. Oh, yeah, well, right there. No, that's a tree face. Yeah, for sure. The Deep One's Cult is not just on the Iron Islands. It's the most successful there. They've steered an entire culture. But of course, we know the Deep Ones have been hybridizing with humans all over Westeros. The Cranog men are definitely part Squisher, part Child of the Forest too. They're probably... I'm going to unpack that story actually in a different video. We've got the... oh, you just meant the bird. Okay. Then we've got... On the Three Sisters, they've got the mark, which they look at it as a good thing when someone's born with webbed hands and stuff. So, you know, it matters on what you think of it as. Like, if you think that fish people deformities are bad, then those are the babies that are going to get thrown down the well or whatever. If you think it's a sign of blessing and favor, then those people are going to get to have many children and propitiate the Squisher DNA. Come here, girl. So, the Bruins, the Manderleys, obviously, the Manderleys have extensive symbolism. They are green men from the Reach who were exiled and essentially became Squisher-like and cold and other-like. So there's a lot of symbolism. We'll do a Manderley symbolism stream one time and focus on it. But yeah, that's the Drowned Priest. We did a whole bunch on Aeron just the other day, so I don't want to go too long on the Drowned Priest. So what's next, Blood Raven? Come here, girl. What's up, pets? You just want to dance a little bit? You're so happy to be out of your cage. Look how happy she is. That's all she wanted was just to come out. Why wouldn't I let her out? Yeah. Yeah, well, you're distracting. Okay. Water Wizards. Water Wizards. Mostly we're talking about the Rhoynish here, but there's a couple other honorable mentions. So this is Coriane, the festival city, which became the haunted place with the Bridge of Dream that the Stone Men were on in Tyrion's chapter. That was originally Coriane, the festival city. Girl, what are you doing? Oh, you're looking at the open drawer. That's why you were going nuts. Come here. You can't go in the drawer and make a nest. So Coriane, the Rhoynish Water Wizards were said to have raised great walls of water to fight the Valyrians. So that's how we know that they're magicians. But what did they do? Well, standard priest stuff for the Rhoynar. We don't know much about their religion, but one would assume they worship Mother Rhoyne. So we picture church has obviously got to be in the river. We don't know what the ceremonies are, what songs we sing, but if they worship the river, then obviously their religion is going to be based around the river, and the water wizards are going to function as priests. They do worship the giant turtles as avatars of their god, the old man of the river. It's said that they rode turtles. So they could have some animal magic going on. You would need magic to ride a giant turtle. A medium-sized turtle, you don't want to mess with. The big ones, the snappers and stuff, like fingers are nothing to them. So magically pumped up giant turtles, you're going to need magic to ride those. So the Rhoynish probably had some kind of, I mean, the only animal magic we know is skin changer magic. The Ifakevron are not far. Girl. This is why I could crawl. So it's implied there could be some animal magic, or maybe that's just a tale. Maybe they never rode. Maybe their ships were decorated with turtle shells, and that's, who knows. They are good at killing dragons. Was there magic involved with that? I don't know. Maybe they're just very good shots with harpoons and things. They killed 3 Valyrian dragons before they came back with 300. And of course, their descendants in Dorne killed Meraxes. Yeah, George loves turtles. That's a Grateful Dead thing, the terrapin. So yeah, that is why he made the turtle a god in this story. So they, of course, Green Garen cursed the Valyrians with grayscale, according to the legend. So grayscale rose up from the mists of the river. So it could be a kind of river magic. There are magical curses and diseases in the story. Obviously, grayscale's the big one. There's a couple others. So, yeah, it's unclear if this is a one-time thing or if grayscale is specifically tied to the water magic of the Rhoynar. It's a little mysterious, but it's definitely got to be mentioned since the Valyrians caught it from the river right after defeating the Rhoynar. I mean, that implies that story is true. And if the Rhoynish really were wizards, then why not? Why not a magical curse? So also it seems like possibly there's some irrigation magic going on because when they move to Dorne, they make the desert bloom, the Rhoynar. And you see all along the green blood, they do it especially. Those where the children of the Rhoyne live, the ones who identify most with Rhoynish culture. They've recreated a river culture on the green blood, even though it's small. So even the word green blood itself could be a clue that the Rhoynar were, skin changers and stuff. So they could be using water magic to do irrigation. They're definitely raising walls of water, the water spouts that they fought the dragons with. Me and Tim figured out in the Ironborn Sigil stream, which you should definitely watch, House Merlin. There's a House Merlin on the Iron Islands. And of course, Merlin, the magician from King Arthur, their sigil is twining water spouts. It looks like a DNA helix or, the serpents from the Caduceus. So twining water spouts and House Merlin. So what does that tell you? It tells you that there is water magic. Merlin is a magician and the waters is being raised. So that's exactly what the Rhoynish did. Their magicians raised water spouts. And Merlin sounds like Merling. And they treat him like a merling. He looks like a merling. He's big and fleshy and bald, and he acts like a merling in the scene, as we decoded a couple days ago in the Aeron chapter. So George is playing on that merling thing, and thus we can assume that water magic is tied to the merlings. And that's what I'm saying, is that Patchface's water resurrection, he was resurrected by the deep ones, not just by the sea, by the deep ones. And they resurrected Aeron too, and that's why they have a psychic link to them. The shit is real. It's not, I don't know what to tell you. So this is Didier Graffet. This is the same place, Coriane, but now as the Sorrows. And I really like this because it captures the former beauty, but you can see it's in ruins. And there's the ship, and there's the stone men. I don't know if the bridge is that high, but this is a cool piece of artwork. And again, the last one is Falk Boge. And this is Didier Graffet. Now here is J.K. Drummond's Nymeria. And she's got the turtle shell and the silver armor of the Rhoynish warriors. So that's very cool. Don't know if she was a magician, but she was a great leader of their people. And then, so grayscale, again, we don't know what that is, but it seems to be part of their magical arsenal. We talked about riding turtles and breathing underwater. I'm really talking more about the Cranogmen here. But Jojen says that Mira can breathe mud, which, if you're a fish human, you could do that. And the Cranogmen are froggy fish people. So that's actually, I don't know if Mira can do it. I don't know if Mira is squisher enough. But the ancient Cranogmen, who were more squisher, they would have been able to. Okay. So then we've got, just fish-human hybridization. We have to question, like, if they're using water magic and water magic comes from the deep ones, were the Rhoynar doing a fish-human hybridization? They are dressing up like fish people. And then we have the Tullys. The Tullys wear similarly silver scale fish people armor, and they hold a belief in watery halls. When they send Hoster Tully down the river and burn his boat, they talk about sending him down to rest in the Tully's watery halls, the watery halls where the Tullys keep eternal court. So now the deep ones usually are not river oriented. They are from the sea. They are saltwater creatures. So we notice that the Rhoynar and the Tullys are both river people, and they both have the silver armor. So I do wonder if George has in mind a different water magic or water culture or water creature for the river people as opposed to the fish people. This would obviously be a question for Grey Waste Tim. There are different types of fish people in Lovecraft, so yeah, it's ambiguous, but I do want to mention both the Cranogmen, House Tully, and by the way, the Cranogmen also have a floating castle that could not be magical at all. It's obviously a reference to Hal's moving castle, which was magic, but it could just be a castle built on things that float, or it could be like Tenochtitlan, which was a city built out onto the lake. Originally, old Tenochtitlan was incredible. They were doing hydroponic farming on these sort of raft mats, like floating on the lake. It was sick. It was sick what they were doing. So yeah, that could be what the floating palace of the Fisher Queens. It could be something like that. And in fact, that's what I would lean towards. I think I have artwork. Yes, I do. This is by Sven Sauer. So again, the Fisher Queens of the Silver Sea, a formerly existent huge inland sea, which is now shrunk to 3 smaller lakes. Yeah. The Fisher Queens were said to rule a floating palace. And the reeds of the Cranogmen, again, floating city. So there could be some magic behind that. River folk and sea folk, yeah. So they are different. And yeah, river-based cultures are not necessarily ocean-going seafarers because they're different boats entirely. Yeah. Yeah, those gardens at Tenacticlon, it must have been amazing for sure. So then we've got, and Green Garen. You know, he is implied as a magician because of the grayscale curse. But even that name, Green Garen, like Garen is a Garth name, and he's called Green. So that's another clue that maybe there's Green Seer or Skin Changer magic. Tim, what do you think? I see you're in the chat there. Do you think there's different river people? And the Fisher Queens would be on the Silver Sea. That's an inland sea. So that'd probably be fresh water. And thus not necessarily, because all the river fish people seem nicer. The Rhoynar and the Tullys and the Fisher Queens, like they seem like nice people. They're not like the Ironborn or the Thousand Islands people. So there could be something going on with the rivers. Garen is a horse. It's true. So that could be Weirwood horse stuff, but let's not get into that. Okay, so moving right along, the Water Wizards. That pretty much covers them. I don't know why you guys want Arthur Dayne to be alive anyway. That's the whole point. Is like he's stubborn and loyal. All three of those Kingsguard are. Like they died out of stubbornness. It doesn't make sense for there to be a backdoor in that story. It's Ashara Dayne that we should be looking for, not Arthur Dayne. So, the Faceless Men. The top artwork is by Sam Hogg, and the bottom one is by Lowenael. Lowenael. Lowenael on the bottom, and Sam Hogg on top. So, the purpose of the Faceless Men is murder for hire. They dress it up a bit, but basically they're taking money to kill people. So they are an assassin's guild. They're also doing a bit of identity theft. Not more than a bit. They're doing a ton of it. They collect magics, seemingly different kinds of magics. They enforce the will of the Iron Bank. That's pretty clear. You mess with the Iron Bank, Faceless Men will show up. And then, of course, there is this religious veneer of preserving the sanctity of death. We don't know how seriously they take that, because, again, they are just doing murder for hire. It's about money. So, to the extent they have beliefs, they believe in the sanctity of death. And so, for example, Jaqen is talking to Arya, and we don't know if, again, these are lies to recruit Arya, but he's basically saying, you saved 3 people who would have burned, so we owe 3 deaths to R'hllor, even though they don't burn 3 people, so I don't know. They obviously have they worship death, and they believe that it is not something to be feared, it is a natural part of life. So, magic and talismans, obviously illusion and glamour. We see Jaqen do it with just a face swipe. It's pretty sick. He just kind of goes like this and then becomes the alchemist. So, that's cool and clearly a glamour. They're doing skin magic of some kind. I believe this is tied to what the ancient Boltons were doing. But they're skinning people to take their identity and then fusing that mask on in such a way that it looks alive. And, you know, this might be another clear about Weirwood. Remember, I was just talking about, can cut Weirwood be brought back to life with blood? Well, we do see Weirwood masks. Morna White mask has one. And Quaid's red lacquer wooden mask is symbolic of a Weirwood mask. She is like a green seer who dispenses wisdom from behind the wooden mask. All right? So when the Faceless Men put the face mask on Arya, they slice around her face. I don't think they're peeling Arya's face off. She doesn't describe anything that sounds like that. I think what they're doing is they're cutting around her face, and that blood is needed to soak into the mask, which is how she describes it. And then it kind of fuses to her face and becomes magically bonded to her. So it's a type of blood magic. It's a type of skin magic. And of course, Arya experiences the memories of the dead girl, the dying moments, the dying memories of this girl, as soon as she puts on the mask. And what does that tell us? That tells us that just as the bones remember, quote unquote, the skin remembers too. And this leads to the theory of what this is all about. Clea, where do you want to go, girl? Usually I'm sitting on the stool and I put her on my knee. And so I'm holding her and she's looking down like, where's your knee? I want to sit on your knee. I'm standing, girl. There's no knee right now. It disappears. It's weird, I know. But come on, you got to roll with me. So it could be that this is similar. The blood soaking into the mask to reactivate its magic could be like the Weirwood trees as masks. Yeah, I dig it. So they potentially, we don't know if they're using Weirwoods for magic. They certainly have a lot of Weirwood. Weirwood doors and Weirwood chairs. And those are both important things because the Black Gate is a Weirwood door. The Moon Door is a Weirwood door. And metaphorically, the Weirwoods are gates through which Bloodraven and Bran can peer through and see the future. And Weirwood chairs, well, Weirwood thrones are what Greenseers sit in. So the Faceless Men sitting inside Weirwood chairs in a Temple of Death, it's creating a strong symbolic parallel to the Greenseers. And of course, the Kindly Man looks like a skull with one worm in one eye, just like Bloodraven has a root that looks like a worm in one eye and a skull face. So extremely strong symbolic parallels. But with all that Weirwood, one wonders, if the Faceless Men are doing the same magic that the ancient Boltons used to steal the Stark skin changer powers, which we'll get into in a minute, then it could be that at one point, or even now, they are using the Weirwoods for magic. They could be. So Weirwood magic is a question mark. They're recruiting Arya almost certainly because she's a skin changer. I think that they're training her not to be a Faceless Man, but to be someone who can fight the others. Because again, the Faceless Men hate the idea of zombies. They would. Or they could be trying to recruit Arya because they do want to steal her face. Maybe they already did and it was just really subtle. She didn't feel it. But if they stole Arya's face, they'd be able to use her skin changer magic. So that might be something they want to do. That's why the Boltons were flaying Starks and stealing their skins. So here is the Kindly Man with the worm in one eye. This art is by Hinton. It's really cool. So Arya's got the cup of blood or red water, whatever the hell it is. And yeah, there's the Kindly Man. It's pretty sick art here. I think the Faceless Men are aware of the others because they're stealing books, the books about magic from the libraries. So I just think they know. This one is by Donatoji and Kola. That's Arya approaching those. These are the only correctly drawn Moon Door. Actually, the water's added. The water's not described. But that's what the face looks like. A black half on the white half and white on the black. Like a yin-yang. So, not only is it Weirwood, it's got a face. Now, I'm not going to dive into all this, but this has to do with the idea that the black shade of the evening trees are, poisoned Weirwoods. And so you get this dichotomy. These are ebony doors, not shade of the evening wood. It's different, but it serves the same function, symbolically. So here's Arya, the Mark Simonetti on top and Thaldir on the bottom. So on the bottom is blind Arya with the cat that she uses to see the Kindly Man and skin change. And then, of course, there's her in the Hall of Faces. And the ancient Boltons probably have a Hall of Faces too. It's rumored they have an inner sanctum where they hang the skins of the dead Starks. So it's the same thing. The ebony trees are just ebony trees. Those are real trees that grow in the real world. They just have black wood. It's just a tree that George can use to symbolize shade of the evening trees. I think. Or maybe all the ebony trees are shade trees. I don't think so, but So practitioners, obviously Jake and Hagar, who turns into the alchemist, the kindly man, the waif, Arya, and then the ancient Boltons. So here are the Boltons. And this is by Aldo Katanayagi. Katayanagi. Yeah, Aldo Katayanagi. And it is tremendous. That is Ramsay in the bloody man armor. Very gory looking. It's probably just how it would have been. So their main purpose, obviously antagonizing the Starks, a big part of it. Okay. They steal skin changer magic. And I got into this in the Stark iceberg first, but I just sort of told you, like, if the faces retain memories and stuff, then the skin of a skin changer very well may preserve that magic ability. So I think that the Boltons were probably skin changers and greenseers who lost their power, because remember, they're rare. So it would be possible for a line to lose their skin changer power. They're marrying other people and they just don't have any born for a couple generations. And just like the Targaryens, no more dragons are born or hatched. Like, yeah, they probably at some point lost their skin changer power and started stealing it from the Starks. And they enforced the right of the first night. We see Roose do that. And that is a skin changer thing. That's something that was done in the past to create higher odds. So when House Bolton was losing their skin changer gene, they would have been doing the first night a lot. They would have been trying desperately to sleep with as many people as possible to try to, get another skin changer or greenseer. And here's Roose by Mihai Radu. Very vampiric looking Roose. Really just terrifying. The leeches in the jar, the knife, the look, the crosses. This captures it. So, yeah, the last thing that the Boltons do is outstanding Azor Ahai to Night's King parallelism. They show you the dark version of Azor Ahai, stealing all the skins. For Azor Ahai, he's stealing the skin of the Weirwoods. Breaking into the Weirwood net means he's putting on the mask of the Weirwood tree that doesn't belong to him. And he's driven out the soul and spirit of the Weirwoods, which becomes the others. And now he's wearing the skin of that original tree network. So that's why the Boltons are very good evil Azor Ahai analogs. And they've got eyes like dirty ice and stuff like that. Roose and Ramsay. So they're using skinning magic, and they originally probably were greenseers and skin changers, like I said, who lost their magic. Ramsay's dogs are a big clue about all this. Basically, he's killing women and then naming the dogs after the women. And if those women had been Stark skin changers, then they would have literally gone into their wolves, it would have been. And the wolves would have then contained the spirits of their owners. So the whole Ramsay's dog naming them after the victims thing is to help show you what the Boltons were doing by stealing the Stark skins. Don't hate the messenger. It's just what they did. So practitioners, Royce II and Royce IV Red Arm are the two that were said to have flayed Starks, and someone flayed Bael the Bard's Stark son as well, but it's not said who. Then there's a guy named Balthazar Bolton. He flayed 100 sistermen to make a tent during the rape of the three sisters, where the Starks also committed atrocities. So, I'm not sure if that was a magical deed, flaying sistermen who are squisher people, but squisher people do tend to get flayed, and the Ironborn got flayed, of course, in Dance with Dragons, Edmund Kalen. Yes, that tent must have been stanky. All this stuff smells really bad. Squishers don't smell good anyway. So the Faceless Men are practicing House Bolton magic, as we talked about. And the reason why House Bolton is a magical order is because their whole house identity revolves around this magic. So they exist to basically preserve either the magic or at least the memory of the magic. It's hard to say what Roos knows about the ancient practices, but Ramsay might be rediscovering them. Okay. Huzor Amai, the first king of the Sarnori, last son of the Fisher Queens, is said to wear the cloak of the king of the hairy men whom they warred upon to the north. So that could just be a trophy, or that could be skin magic. Just wanted to mention it. And then Blackwoods. The Blackwoods wear a raven cloak. Raven feather cloak. That's probably just cool style. You don't have to kill ravens. You can just sit around and collect feathers if you have ravens. They molt all the time. But yeah, maybe that's a magical thing. It's probably just symbolism to imply them as green seers, but because we know Blood Raven's a Blackwood and he's a green seer. So that's the Boltons. Let's move along. From Boltons, obviously, we go to House Stark. House Stark, their purpose: babysit the crypts. Winterfell was built around the crypts, which were probably originally a Weirwood cave. And on the lowest level of the crypts, we will no doubt find petrified green seers in petrified Weirwood thrones. This is my best crypt theory. That's what we're going to find. So the crypts are being babysat by the Starks. They built a whole castle around them. They seem to be under the Godswood. They obviously are there to warn people that winter is coming. That's what they do. They offer blood to the Heart Tree, as depicted by Sam Hogg in this excellent picture. I love the Weirwood face. Love the blood dripping into the pond. You could see it's obviously a ritual when you look at this picture. It's not quite killing the victim before the Heart Tree, but it's close. We killed him somewhere else on an ironwood stump, and then we brought the bloody sword here and washed it off. So we're still offering the blood to the Heart Tree. They act as, they're wardens of the North. They're really prison wardens of the North because they are enforcing the Night's Watch rules. They execute the runaways, and they're there to really back up the Night's Watch in fighting the others. So they're the warden of the Night's Watch and the others. They are enforcing the walls and the rules. And they are maintaining the warg tradition. Of course, all the kings of winter have wolves at their sides, which implies they've always been warg kings. Speaking of warg kings, Arya is going to be a warg queen, very obviously. She's already controlling the wolf pack from Essos. So when she comes back to Westeros, that's going to be even easier. This art is by Kayla Woodside. So their magics, they're using Weirwood magic, such as Bran does. They're using green seer magic. And they're also, that whole act of feeding blood to the Weirwoods is almost certainly done, it's a magical purpose. Like Bran can taste the blood that goes into the Weirwood net. So just as I'm saying the others can absorb the life essence of the babies that are put in the mouth of a white tree Weirwood, which is north of the wall, the blood that is offered to Weirwood trees south of the wall, the green seers can taste it. So what is that blood doing? Is it strengthening the green seers? I think it's actually more having to do with the bonds of the others' prison. I think, you know, like I said, the Weirwood net is bifurcated and the others are exiled. And I think the blood magic is essentially strengthening those bonds so that the others can't break into the other side of the Weirwood net before it's time. Something like that. So they're either feeding the green seers or feeding the bonds that imprison the others. And the old kings of winter, like I said, in the lowest levels of the crypts, I strongly suspect they'll be sitting on Weirwood thrones, Cleo. It's true. Ice magic, potentially by Bran the Builder. And then there are those two other fellows, John Ice Eyes, who came down during a cruel winter and drove the slavers out of the wolf's den, And there's Edric Snowbeard, who built the outer wall of Winterfell. That one is really interesting because Edric Snowbeard is a name that's based on Eldric Shadow Chaser, who's a Azor Ahai figure. And Snowbeard implies somebody who is an icy person. And sure enough, I think the last hero may have been one of those rescued other babies, child of Knights King and Queen. And therefore, Eldric Shadow Chaser might have been a Snowbeard. And that actually could have been the guy that built the wall. So, remember, Bran the Builder is more like a collective. I could have put him on the magical orders, Bran the Builder. So let's talk about Jon. Jon is a symbolic king of winter. This is Studley Jon, by the way. Studley future Jon, feast your eyes. Fadli Ramdani. Hunky as the day is long. Yeah, I'll turn everyone gay here. So that's like, it's like 32-year-old Jon, maybe at Ned's age, a little younger. I don't know, Beefcake Jon, whatever. That's him. Love the giant Valyrian steel sword. If you can look past the flowing locks, you'll notice there's a giant sword in his hand. Weirwood in the background. Suitably huge direwolf. So yeah, Jon is a symbolic king of winter. He will be the actual king of winter. And of course, the king of winter folklore has to do with a man made of wicker and straw who is burned in the spring to help usher in the spring. And Jon is going to be a white who will be a fire white, and he will help usher in the spring. So the king of winter mythology is strong with Jon, and that's part of the Stark archetype. Robb is a throwback warg king. He goes to battle with his wolves. So he's more similar to Arya, who will be going to battle with wolves. And then there's Rickon, who is also like a warg warrior, but he's more like the beastling. He's wild and he's hanging out with the Skygosi, who ride enormous unicorn goats. And so we don't know what that's going to look like. We're going to get to see it, though. So there's wild Rickon. Sansa, George has said that Sansa is a skin changer, but since she lost her wolf, she's not done any magic. Cleo, you can't do this. Come here. Come here. However, she's called Little Bird 1,000 times, and there's some foreshadowing that she might be able to skin change ravens and birds, and that has to do with the myth of Idun. Not Eden, but Idun, Norse goddess. She possessed the apples of immortality that the Olympian gods depended on for immortality, and they were stolen at a certain point. So I'm going to do a whole Sansa stream sometime soon and talk about that. So I don't want to get into it now, but it basically implies that Sansa may be able to skin change birds because Idun turns into a bird in that story. And Sansa is tied to the apples and an icy mountain and a giant and all this stuff. So yeah, I would expect Sansa to do some bird skin changing. And no, she is not controlling men with her skin changer power. Number one hated theory, that there is a soft warging power that's not actually possessing people, that's just influencing people, and that's explains stuff. Anyway, let's move along. That's just character development. And Sansa being pretty. House Dayne is a magical order. Definitely. They exist to do what, guys? Guard the sword Dawn. Their whole house is based around it. They are supposed to produce knights worthy of carrying Dawn and then only bestow Dawn on people of great worth. So it's this whole idea of a worthy warrior carrying a very important weapon. They're obviously waiting for the long night. I would guess they have ancient prophecies and writings there in House Dayne. Occasionally they help purify the Targ bloodline. And I'm talking about Diana Dayne, who married Maekar and gave Maekar, who was had darker Dornish genes, recessive ones in his genes. Sorry, I said that wrong. His mother was a Dornish lady with darker looks, a Martell. And yet, all of Maekar's children basically turn out very, very Valyrian looking. So obviously his wife, Diana Dayne, who's one of those Danes that had Valyrian looks. So that's my joke. The Danes are washing that great Empire of the Dawn blood back into the Targ bloodline. And maybe that has something to do with why Dany was able to hatch dragons. Because she had that great Empire of the Dawn blood. She also has the Blackwood blood. And that could be part of it too. That's one of my favorite mysteries. So, the other job of House Dayne is to name people after Eldric Shadowchaser. There's Ulrich Dayne and Edric Dayne, and who knows who else. So their magic, obviously Dawn. But that's also kind of like star magic, because like it says they followed a falling star to Westeros, but how did they know? How did they find it? They also seem to have magic metallurgy. You can cold... Now, it is very important, Cleo, to remember that ancient people did use meteorites as sources of iron long before they could ever make crucible steel or even forge iron. And so meteoric iron is borderline steel in some cases because it will have things like nickel and phosphorus or sources of carbon blended into it. And there are not just King Tut's dagger, there are multiple examples of people in history finding a meteorite, chipping bits of it off, and then hammering out knives and iron implements. The native Siberian hunter-gatherers and Inuits have been doing that with a meteorite in Greenland called the Cape York meteor, which was stolen by some white people. And not just the classic steal it and put it in a magazine. Like we're talking, he tricked the natives into showing him where it is and then stole it. I'll tell you the story at some point because it's a really interesting thing. And I think it might be tied to the Ironborn. But yes, meteoric iron, you can cold hammer it, but Dawn is identical to Valyrian steel, Cleo. So it's probably not a sort of hammered knife. It is probably magically forged. And it is probably from the Great Empire of the Dawn. So the Danes, maybe they retain that secret. They haven't made any new swords, so who knows. But the original Danes, magic metallurgy. Then we've got Dragon Lord bloodlines. They're from the Great Empire of the Dawn. And again, their influx of blood into House Targaryen could have helped Dany hatch the dragons. It's basically white Valyrian steel, Dawn. And it's possible that Valyrian steel is made from oily black stone and that is meteoric iron as well. It's definitely a possibility. The Valyrians had a colony on the Basilisk Isles on Gagassos, which is right next to the Isle of Toads, where they have the giant oily stone idol. And there's also black stone ruins of uncertain nature on all of the Basilisk Isles. So there could be more oily stone there that the Valyrians could have harvested there to make Valyrian steel swords with. So yes, it's not only that they are symbolically parallel, the oily stone meteors and the black dragon swords. They both drink the light. Literally, the reason why nobody can make Valyrian steel anymore could be because the magic ingredient is a little bit of oily black stone, and nobody knows to do that. It sounds pretty convincing, honestly, when I lay that out. I think I like that one. What do y'all think? I think I just talked myself into that. I've more thought about that as tinfoil. But no, I think that is the secret ingredient. And the Bloodstone Emperor had a black stone meteor, so he might have been the first one to make a black sword from the black meteor. I've always thought that he made a black sword from his meteor. So, yeah. You need two magic swords to have a magic sword fight, don't you? So the practitioners, obviously, Arthur Dayne wielded Dawn. Ulrich Dayne was a Sword of the Morning. Vorian Dayne was the last king of the Torrentine who was defeated by Nymeria. He probably wielded Dawn. Samwell Starfire Dayne was a king of the Torrentine who sacked Old Town. Pretty sure he wielded Dawn. His nickname was the Starfire. And Jon or Daenerys are both candidates to wield Dawn. And so are Darkstar and Edric. I believe it will be stolen by Darkstar. I believe Edric will have something to do with conveying it to Dany. And I believe that Dany will get it from taking King's Landing from Fagon, because Darkstar will be in Fagon's Kingsguard. And I believe that Dany will then give it to Jon, and Jon will give Longclaw back to Jorah, who will be back on Team Dany by then. Presto. So check out Darkstar Will Steal Dawn. But yeah, there's a few people who could wield Dawn. Here's Arthur Dayne by Fadli Ramdani. This is the one who did Beefcake John. This is more like he's still pretty, he's still sexy Arthur. He's more like, sexy old guy doing a clone commercial. Maybe he's like most interesting man in the world, Arthur Dayne. He looks a little younger. He's definitely got that more like Spanish Dornish look. So that's cool. Dig that. My dad, by the way, looks a lot like the most interesting man in the world. Very, very similar. So I eventually will become that. We'll see. I won't do beer commercials, though. My last name is Beers. Fuck. No! Demonetized! Hopefully not. Hopefully one won't do it. Man, that's tough. How am I supposed to go 4 hours without saying the F word? Anyway. Okay. Where was I? Fadli Ramdani's Arthur Dayne here. Pretty sick. You see Dawn. Giant sword. Definitely cool. Yeah, the Danes are all very attractive, of course. This is the original Dayne by Jose Daniel Cabrera. Notice the cool Dayne sigil inside of the sunburst on the loincloth skirt thing. That's pretty cool. Love this piece of art. So this is the first Dayne coming to Dorne. Where's that meteor? Oh, wait, and who just found he's already got the sword? It's like, where's a good spot for a castle? So, yeah. Those are your Danes. Oh, I got one more art. And this is from Max Beach Creative. So this is kind of the stylized sigil with the meteor's sword. We're 3 hours and 46 minutes in, so that's pretty close to 4. I swear to God, if they demonetize this. They demonetized the Dany Iceberg stream, which I'm probably going to take down and edit and put back up as a produced video so that I can remonetize it. Because I put a lot of work into that stream. That really bugged me that they took that one down. I mean, you can still watch it, but I don't make any money off of it. So, yeah, that hurts. Because I worked really hard on that one. Apparently dropped some F-bombs, though. So, anyways, swear to God, YouTube. They told everyone they were relaxing the standards. And then like 5 of my live streams got struck down in a week. And we're like, dude, I do not think you understand the meaning of that word. So our final magical order is, of course, House Targaryen. House Targaryen. House Targaryen, their purpose is multifold. They are, of course, they exist to hatch, bond with, and ride dragons, much like the Valyrians before them. One of their jobs, the incest, keeping the bloodlines pure. Got to preserve that dragon lord percentage in there, whatever it is. Got to maintain the Valyrian knowledge and prophecy. Got to have new prophecies and dragon dreams. Aegon's Song of Ice and Fire specifically ties them to long night prep. And destroying the Valyrian freehold. That's what Rhoynar Targaryen might have done, according to me. And the artwork here on the top is of Dany's the Dreamer by Gary Gianni. And the bottom is Rhoynar Targaryen by Isalinka. That's him landing on Dragonstone. His dragon should be bigger, but whatever. He looks like a beast. Rhoynar the Savage. Look at him. Pretty sick. Pretty sick. So, that is their purpose. Their magics. Dragon bonding, obviously. The creatures and the bloodline. The techniques used, all of it. Precognition, dragon dreams. Valyrian steel swords are magical artifacts. They, again, I think maybe have some glass candles on Dragonstone. They've got a bunch of dragon glass. And they've got Valyrian sorcerers like Visenya here, as drawn by Burkhan Ozcan. Possibly my single favorite piece of Ice and Fire artwork. And Visenya is another one. Hard to choose. A lot of good Visenya art, but look at that. Look at that. I mean, I'm ready to submit. And I don't mean that in a campy, sexual way. I'm like, I'm not trying to fight her. That's what I mean. I'm like, yeah, maybe not. Yeah, so love the art. Again, Berkan Ozkan. If you want to look this up, Berkan Ozkan. Berkan Ozkan. Yeah, my call. Why not both? Yeah, touche. I don't know. I might go for Rhaenys. Visenya's a little terrifying. And of course, we know Torrhen Stark's preference, which would be Aegon. That one you can read through. Definitely pick up this. No, I'm just kidding. I did make a big joke out of that in my Aegon's prophecy video, but okay. So blood magic, they're definitely using blood magic. Many Targaryens have. That's part of it. And then we've got practitioners. So who are our practitioners? Visenya here, like I said, probably used blood magic to conceive Maegor. If Aegon had candles, then they would have been Visenya's candles. And yeah, so she's definitely a sorceress. Dany's the dreamer, as I mentioned, having prophecies, important ones. There's this guy. This is Rhaegar art I have not used much. Lucy Georgina. It's a very sad and alchemical looking Rhaegar. Definitely read something in a book of prophecy that made him sad like 5 seconds ago. Maybe 5 hours ago, and he's just been at the window that long. Come here, girl. So anyway, he was definitely having dreams, but I do wonder about Rhaegar, like, did he find a glass candle? Was he practicing other kinds of magic? We don't know, but definitely dragon dreams and prophecy. And then trying to, like, have a kid when the comet is born and all that. Find a northern woman that probably fit a prophecy or something like that. So he's potentially a practitioner. All the dragon lords, obviously, you don't need to name them all. All the different dragon dreamers. So there's Daeron the Drunkard, Jon the Fiddler, probably Egg, Daenerys. Ares seems to have dragon dreams. Aerion Brightflame probably did. I mean, we get the feeling like a lot of Targaryens have dragon dreams. Like, it's not even that rare. So Bloodraven and Shiera Seastar. Oh, yes. It's time for the Bella Burgolts. Maybe this is my favorite. Ice and Fire art. Oh. The combination of emotions here. Like, Bloodraven looks absolutely terrifying. That's the hand of the king who's always listening, who makes people disappear. And then Shiera Seastar, obviously beautiful, but again, like Mel, there's something off-putting or almost alien about the beauty. And she's rumored to bathe in blood, and that's probably hearsay, but definitely a sorceress. Yeah, it's just like a very strange prom picture. Very, very prom noir. Yeah, it's good stuff, man. What kind of music are they listening to right now? Like the most gothic classical music you could ever think of. Just love it. Anyway, Shiera Seastar and Bloodraven. If any Targaryens were practicing sorcery, besides Visenya, it's definitely these two. So, felt cute, might execute some people later. Yep, might bathe in their blood. And she disappeared as well. She might be Quaithe. Or she might be just disappeared. So that is the Targaryens. And of course, with the Aegon's Prophecy, I did the whole Aegon's Prophecy series. Talked about the multiple ramifications. Pact of Ice and Fire, the Tower of Joy, Rhaegar and Lyanna, Torrhen and Cregan. There's Alysanne at the Wall. Aegon's Prophecy makes sense of a lot of things the Targaryens do. And it really highlights that they are a magical order with a specific purpose, trying to perpetuate their own existence so that they can carry out some future task. So I did not include the Moon Singers. The Moon Singers are the priests of the Jogos Nai, the priestesses. They are pretty much like the Magi and the Witch Woman, Darsh Khaleen. It is said that they have a prophetic dream that leads the escaped Valyrian slaves to Braavos, which implies magic. But other than that, it's not said that they have any magic. Do they sing to the moon? Is that magical? I don't know. They do speak of birthing songs of the Jogos Nai. So perhaps there's a magical song that makes childbirth easier. That'd be nice. Why aren't more women using that, George, if that's true? So many women die in childbirth. And there's a spell somewhere. Like, why don't we have more moon singers? The Targaryens should be recruiting moon singers. Anyway. I didn't include them because there's really not too much to say about them. But there's also, like, you know, blood mages. What are blood mages? I don't know. Everything is blood magic. So, you know, Miriam Azdur is a Magi who does blood magic. So, that's pretty much all the magical orders that I can think of, you know, that are important to the story in any sort of meaningful way. So, hope you guys enjoyed that. I will take questions for a few more minutes before we wrap it up right here at right about 4 hours. I've got 4.5 minutes to 4 hours. So thank you very much. And once again, thank you everyone who sent in PayPals to help with the moving fund. If you're watching after the fact and sent one in, thank you. Yeah, that was pretty good. How many we got watching? We're still 460. That's awesome, man. Great numbers. Thank you, guys. As long as this doesn't get demonetized, it should do really well. Yeah, so Pyromancers. Again, what is that? Obviously, somebody that works with magic in the wind. I guess I could have bring in the fact that Euron seems to control the wind by doing blood sacrifices. So that would be aeromancy. Beyond that, that's all we can say. Spell singers, that's another generic sounding term. It just sort of implies that, you know, songs can be magic. So we think of the Children of the Forest and maybe the Moon Singers. But that's just a way of incanting a spell, is singing. That's classic folklore. So, yeah, can we get Lyanna a moon singer? Seems like the dragon dreams increased after the dragons died. It's hard to say. It's really hard to say. I haven't looked for that trend because we just have less information about some of the older ones. It seems like okay. Miriam Azdur sang while Dany's babies were born. Yeah, she was singing in the tent. Mel was singing in 3 different languages on Dragonstone. What's the connection between dragons returning and magic? They seem to be I think magic is like gravity. Anything that has magic is also magical mana. Okay, so the hinge of the world is just a magic thing that's so big that its gravity is noticeable. But anything that is magical can be harvested by another magic user to fuel something else. So the dragons are extremely magical creatures, we can conclude, and their mere presence on the earth strengthens magic. Or it could be more like the stars. Okay, because again, as Tim has explained, the Lovecraftian gods can only move through the stars when the stars are right. And when they're aligned, I may have learned this from Quinn. I don't know. Quinn and Tim are both Lovecraft enthusiasts, as you know. Check out Quinn's ideas. YouTube channel, of course, if you don't already subscribe to him. So the positioning of the stars could be something that is increasing magic. You know, the red comet coming back around. And it could be that the dragons they're able to be born because of that. And that they're not actually the source of the magic. It's hard to say. But they are all interrelated. That is what we can know. The Targ prophecies, I'm not sure what you mean by changes in House of the Dragon. I'm not aware of any changes being made. They did make up some stuff for I forgot all my House of the Dragon names. The girl with the prophecy. Jesus Christ, dude. Yeah, no, of course they made some stuff up. But the main thing about Aegon's prophecy is that that does come from George, the general idea of it. So, House of the Dragon is its own canon, just like Game of the Thrones. It's closer to Fire and Blood canon, but Fire and Blood canon isn't canon anyway. It's all a bunch of rumors. So, don't look at House of the Dragon and at very tiny details and try to necessarily correlate them. It's more like the major correlations, like the existence of Aegon's prophecy. That's the same. Helena, thank you. Jesus. I have ADHD. I'm bad with names. It's working memory stuff. Just to give you working memory is like you go to the store to buy 4 things and you walk out of the store with 3 things. And then you get home and you go, oh yeah, the 4th thing was the thing I went there for. So anyways, we're at 4 hours here. So I've done all this. Oh, there's another super chat from Kelly. Will the magic the High Towers are doing in the High Tower be able to repel Euron? Oh, did I skip the High Towers? Oh, I forgot to do them. I thought I did the High Towers. Oh, I forgot. The High Towers are definitely a magical order, and I made notes about them. Let me just pull up my notes real quick. I just forgot to do the graphics. Embarrassing. So their purpose, the High Tower's purpose, is to babysit the Dawn Fort, meaning the Fewstone Fortress under the High Tower. They build towers, obviously. Keep secrets, we know that. They collect magic. They front for Starry Wisdom cult, which is an active part of the Citadel. They emit supreme Saruman vibes from the top of the tower, as we know. And there's a rumor that maybe Lord Leighton will summon armies from the deep, which means it could just be a rumor, or maybe the ancient High Towers are connected to squishers and stuff. I do think it's possible that the tunnels in the Fewstone Fortress are squisher tunnels, even though the outside of the fortress was obviously made with dragon fire. Could have been a squisher rock first that they made into a fortress. Kind of think that's what it is. So maybe the High Towers can summon an army from the deeps. Maybe the joke will be on Euron, who has sort of betrayed the drowned god. Maybe the High Towers will summon an army from the deeps. Deep ones are krakens or something. Probably not, but. So they're also kind of like, collecting a bit of everything, because they started the Citadel, and the Citadel studies magic, and they've got vaults with secret books and probably artifacts. So George can kind of put whatever he wants in the vaults of the High Tower and the Citadel. Could be anything in there. The Mad Maid, Melora Hightower, and Leighton are up there reading a book of spells. Lord Leighton hasn't come down from the tower in 10 years. So it kind of sounds like Saruman, like a wizard up in a tower that just lives there. And, yeah, like I said, I think the Fewstone Fortress at Old Town is probably a hinge of the world place. Old Town is so significant, And then, yeah, that could be a Deep One's fortress as well as a Dragon Fortress. And there's a very old weirwood on a different island in the Honeywine, the Isle of Ravens, where they keep the white ravens. Are there any old houses that don't have a form of forgotten magic? Yeah, I mean, I named the only ones that do. I didn't include the Cranogmen because I don't think they're really an order that is intended to preserve magic. I just think they are heavily crossbred with children and squishers. I do need to do a video about that, but they don't really strike me as a magical order the way that the Starks, Boltons, and Targaryens are. And I couldn't think of any other major houses that would qualify. The ancient gardeners, when they were sitting on the oaken seat, would have qualified. Been a long time, though. Yeah, so Jacinta, you're asking, since the children needed Bloodraven and Bran to be tree wizards, were they potentially kidnapping people in the past? Yeah, that's what we were saying earlier. That could be a thing, where recruiting green seers and skin changers, because you remember south of the wall, and Michael talks about stuff. Mentioned this. South of the wall, a lot of times, babies that are skin changers are thrown down wells or left out in the woods or whatever. So maybe that custom was created by the children so that skin changer babies would be left out in the woods so that they could come get them. You could picture a child of the forest at the bottom of the well, waiting for the baby. Like, gotcha. Don't worry, little one. We're going to turn you into a wizard. That would be good, like, fan art for somebody to whip up really quick. The child of the forest catching the baby at the bottom of the well. All right, I found that entertaining. So yeah, check out Michael Talks About Stuff. He's got some stuff about that. Right on, guys. Well, there it is. Hope you enjoyed the stream. I'm really hungry. I'm gonna go get some hamburger action, cheeseburger, and pay attention. I will refresh the Discord links both for Patreon and channel member squishers. Make sure you sign up to the Discord, and I will announce the live taping of the next Ironborn video through those channels. So that'll be probably middle of not this upcoming week, but the week after. So like in a week and a half. Because I need to prepare basically all the visuals that I would do on a produced video and get those ready. I've got 2 scripts done. I've got the Grey King script and a Nagas Bones script. And then we're moving on to the deep ones. So I'm going to keep it coming even while I move. Because I'm just really want to get to this deep ones video, man. I've got some really crazy stuff I want to tell you. And just can't wait to get there. So, all right, guys. Love you all very much. Go watch my videos. And please do leave a comment. Once this stream is ended, just hit refresh and you'll be able to leave a comment. And that'll help boost the stream too. So, cheers, guys. Enjoy your weekend. Talk to you later. Right. I don't mind moving, just finding a house. That's the hard part. Administrative tasks, ADHD.